you to settle down, please. Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very, very warm welcome to the Global Heat and Cooling Forum 2025. It is an honor to be in the presence of such a distinguished gathering of experts, policymakers, and advocates, all united by a shared commitment to tackling one of the most pressing challenges of our time, balancing heat and cooling in a warming world. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 days, we will delve into insightful discussions, explore groundbreaking innovations, and examine policy frameworks that can help us navigate these intertwined challenges. As we begin, I encourage you all to take your seats and prepare for a dynamic and thought-provoking exchange of ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your Sutradhar for the next 2 days. My name is Anisha Thakkar, and once again, a very, very warm welcome to each one of you to Global Heat and Cooling Forum 2025. First of all, can we have a round of applause for yourselves? Thank you so much for your presence. Thank you so much, everybody, for your valuable time. Before we begin, there are a few protocols which we will follow for the next 2 days. First, make sure that you engage with speakers, panelists, and fellow attendees in a professional and courteous manner, which I'm sure everyone will do. Very important, make sure your cell phones are all on silent mode. Yes, ladies are just taking that out to do it. Thank you so much for being so obedient. All the sessions will begin and end on time, so kindly arrive early to secure your seat. During the question and answer sessions, be concise and relevant to allow others the opportunity to ask questions. Make sure that you scan the QR code which is on your badges to type in any questions you may have for the panelist. Be mindful of others' time when networking, exchange contact details for necessary follow-ups, follow all venue safety regulations and designated areas for food, drinks, and discussions. Dispose of waste properly and help maintain a tidy environment. Once again, scan the QR code on your agenda to pursue the agenda, bios of the speakers, and a background note for the event. Ladies and gentlemen, to set the stage, our inaugural session, Heat and Cooling, Interwoven Challenges in a Warming World, will highlight the deep interconnections between heat resilience and sustainable cooling. With that, let's embark on this journey together, one that promises not just dialogue, but real momentum for change. It is my honor, and I'm delighted to invite our esteemed speakers to the stage. Please put your hands together for Shri Samir Quatra, Senior Director, India, Natural Resources Defense Council, NRDC. Mr. Samir Quatra leads NRDC's India program to advance clean energy, clean transportation, public health, and locally effective climate solutions in the country. A round of applause as I take the opportunity to invite forward Mr. Samir Quatra. Can we have you on stage, sir? Next, ladies and gentlemen, Srimati Deepa Bagai, Country Head, NRDC, India. She has more than 30 years of experience and substantive technical specialization in public policy, institutional strengthening, and public sector reform at the international, regional, country, and subnational levels, including in complex political contexts. Another round of applause for Srimati Deepa Bagai, ladies and gentlemen. I would request you, ma'am, to join us on stage and take your seat. All right. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa, Member National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA, Government of India. He has worked in the area of disaster risk reduction and recovery for the last 25 years. A round of applause as I welcome Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa on stage. Next, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Arvind Kumar, Special Chief Secretary, Disaster Management, Government of Telangana, who will be joining us online today. Arvind Kumar, who is a bureaucrat civil servant in Government of India. He has been in the Indian Administrative Service, IAS, since 1991 and has worked in various capacities at the state level in the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh and now Telangana state for over 2 decades. A round of applause. Sir will be here online with us. Next, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Anita Gupta, Head of Scientific Divisions, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. She oversees a comprehensive portfolio of programs on climate change adaptation and mitigation. Dr. Anita Gupta, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, Shri Abhas Jha, Practice Manager, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management, South Asia region, the World Bank. He's an expert in public policy focused on cities, technology, infrastructure, climate risk, and resilience. Shri Abhas Jha, ladies and gentlemen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my honor to invite and welcome on stage our Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Chandra Shekhar Pemasani, Ministry of Rural Development and Ministry of Communications, Government of India. A round of applause as I take the opportunity to welcome Sir on stage. Bahut bahut abhinandan. Bahut bahut swagat, sir. Dr. Pemasani Chandra Shekhar is a graduate of Osmania Medical College and a renowned physician, entrepreneur, and philanthropist. He founded UWorld, a leading online learning platform, and was honored with the Ernst and Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award in 2020. Actively engaged in philanthropy, he has contributed to healthcare, education, and community development in both India and the US. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Next, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Manish Bapna, President and CEO, NRDC. Manish Bapna joined NRDC as President and Chief Executive Officer in August 2021, taking the reins of one of the world's largest and most influential environmental organizations. A very, very warm welcome to Shri Manish Bapna. Requesting all our dignitaries to settle down on stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to officially kick off our forum, it is my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Samir Quatra, Senior Director, India, NRDC. Please join me in giving him a warm round of applause as I welcome him to my podium. Very warm welcome to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing? Let's see if I can. Okay, cool. Yes. Thank you for joining us and welcome. Really grateful that you're here. I know many of you have traveled from outside Delhi. Some of you have traveled from all parts of India, and I know at least a few have traveled from all over the world. So thank you very much. Thanks for joining. My colleague, Ms. Deepa Singh Bagai, will give a more polished welcome, but I just wanted to say I'm really glad that you all are here. My job is just to warm us all up for this excellent discussion. And the pun was totally unintended, but I can assure you over the next 2 days, you'll hear a lot of hot topic, cool solutions kind of things. So let's begin with a game. You see lots of young faces here, so yeah, hopefully this should be good. So the game is basically you have to guess the question. You know, if some of you are familiar with Jeopardy, is like the answer is given and then you have to guess what the question is. It's like, let me give you an example. You know, if I say, this is the most popular question in all cooling related conferences, like you have to come up with an answer, which is basically a question. So the question could be, I mean, it's obvious, right? Where is the bathroom? That's the most common question. Or when is lunch? You know, those are the two most important questions in any conference. But, so you have to guess the question. That's the model. And I'll give you a hint. This question has been pondered over by sages and ancient texts all over the world. You have to guess the question. Already some hands up. Okay, just hang on. I'll give some more hints as well so we can see more hands. So the second hint, still the same question. When I first went to the US, you know, me and one of my fellow Indians, both strictly vegetarian, thought we'll go out for dinner, and he suggested let's go to McDonald's. And I looked at the menu, I looked at him, and this was the question that came to my mind. That's your second hint. So still related to the ancient wisdom question. Third hint, it's getting interesting, hopefully. This is the multiplex days. You know, my mom and I went to watch this critically acclaimed Hindi Vishal Bhardwaj movie. And after about 6 minutes of, we probably entered the wrong screen, you know, multiplexes, of what we thought must be the longest trailer for the Planet of the Apes, my mom turned to me and asked me this question. Same question. Any guesses? Now I can see the hands. Oh, the initial hands are down now. I've confused you more. Okay, at least one hand is there. Yeah, of course, venture a guess. There's no wrong answer. Okay, please, just shout it out. I don't think we have a mic. Very, very good question, but not the right question. That's also very good, very related, yes. Oh my God, this is such a good group. You've cracked the code. I would say we have to keep asking this question again and again and again. We are past capacity. We had twice the amount of people that we planned for. So there is clearly a lot of interest in this topic. But why are we here, today? Let's look at 3 perspectives. 1, motivation. Numbers. We know what's happening in the world. We know temperatures are going up, records are being broken year after year after year, yet again. It's the same story. 2024 was the hottest year. You don't even have to check the news these days. It's just assume it will be the hottest. 2025 is yet projected to be again the highest. I mean, these numbers, but numbers can be numb. What does it really mean? 1 billion people are at high risk. Yeah, who are these 1 billion people? 250,000 additional deaths just due to heat stress and a couple of other things. Birds, did you know about that? I was just so shocked. But the more you research, the more you find out. So there's enough motivation for us to be here. let's not be numbed by the numbers, but use those as evidence to propel us to do something. That's one reason. So motivation, and then goals. Why are we here? What are our goals? People are the same who are looking for access to cooling and suffering from extreme heat, right? And yet, in our siloed efforts to solve problems, we develop heat action plans, we develop cooling action plans, but can we come up with integrated action plans that synergize, complement these efforts? Can we bridge the gaps in knowledge? There are already a lot of solutions within this room, and we'll see some of those over the next 2 days. Can we bridge the gaps in finance, in capacity, in investments to actually make these solutions real? Can we focus on implementation and not just on recommendations? That's the intent. And the third, how do we foster this collaboration over a longer term? We have so many experts here, but how do we make these linkages and persist? Do not make heat or cooling a seasonal thing. This is not just this heat season. This is something that's here with us for many, many years, unless we do something about it. So how do we foster this collaboration? So I talked about motivation, I talked about goals, and finally, why are we here? Intention. We talk about intention. So think about a time when you were exposed to extreme heat and had absolutely no recourse. You couldn't go into an air-conditioned car, air-conditioned space. By the way, I hope that No Ironing Monday is still alive. I know there was this IIT Chennai effort, on Monday, no ironing. I hope we can also look at not being in super air-conditioned halls and feeling hot under the collar. So the intention is, think about the time when you were exposed to one of those extreme heats. If you are privileged enough not to do that, then think about a person, who you can visualize, somebody, the vegetable seller, or somebody on the bike, people on food delivery, or if not, think of the faceless people outside. And then how can we do something now which will make a difference to their lives? How can they make their lives better? If you go back to the first slide, all those thinkers, when they thought about why are we here, I'm sure they'll agree that if we can make the world a better place, that's really a good reason for us to be here. So with that, thank you very much for joining, and I'll hand you over to our panel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Quatra. I thought I did inform people why are we here, but thank you so much for making it so interesting for all of us. Now even I am ready for the day. That was perfect for our discussion today. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite to the podium Ms. Deepa Bagai, Country Head of NRDC, for her keynote speech.
Namaskar, Swagatam, good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. This is a very important and very significant occasion for us that we have gathered here now. And over today and tomorrow, we are going to discuss one of the most pressing problems that we are facing and will continue to face in our country. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome some of the key people here who are going to help us moving that agenda and finding those solutions. I'm grateful to all of you in the audience who are here to help us to think through that and to take us forward on that path. I'm particularly delighted. our MC has introduced the other speakers, but I'm particularly delighted to welcome Honorable Minister. I have to say, I have no hesitation in saying that very few of us reach a meeting 5 minutes before the scheduled time. So a big round of applause to Honorable Minister for keeping his word. And this is not only in his punctuality. For those who don't know him, please look at his Wikipedia page and you will be impressed and inspired. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for being here. I just want us to consider for a minute some of the issues which Samir, my colleague, already highlighted, but the important thing that we have to talk about, think about, and act upon is what we call the heat divide. That is something that separates all of us who are sitting here from a lot of the people who enable us to be ready to sit here. So those people, those construction workers, the fruit seller, the person at the traffic intersection, the policeman, those are the people who are directly affected by this heat divide. So cooling and heating are both then two sides of a very integrated coin. Access to cooling is extremely important. We cannot deny it, and we cannot say that, you know, it is a luxury, it is a necessity. Similarly, heat is something that is not going to leave any of us untouched. So that is again a very important part. I would just like to point out, you will see the logo of this convening, which is actually a jali. If you see this, this is a jali. This symbolizes so much coming together, but also the fact that a jali can provide, in all our traditional architecture, it has provided that shaded corridor where you are not in the direct heat and yet you are cool enough to be able to survive and function. So it is this that we have to think about, whether we think about it in our architecture, in our technology, and in all those things where we are looking at making the connections. Here's where we are making these connections. So, ladies and gentlemen, all I want to say here is that these challenges are not something that will affect us 10 years down the line. They are going to affect us in 10 days and have affected us last year and will continue to become more and more difficult to deal with. In India, we have 1.1 billion people in the world who are at a high risk due to lack of access to cooling. And of this, 309 is the figure I have. 300 million of these are in India. So you can imagine what a huge challenge we have before us. The idea for this forum actually came from the people who are sitting here. A discussion at NDMA with Dr. Krishna Vats and Dr. Safi Rizvi, a follow-up discussion with Dr. Anita Gupta, discussions with the World Bank. That's how we have come together, because all of us feel very inspired to be in a position where we can look for some solutions. This is not a luxury for us. This is not a task for us. This is our responsibility now. And if we are not honest to this responsibility, I think we will be making a big mistake. I just want to say that I'm so delighted and so grateful to all of you that you are here, that I have had the opportunity to be able to speak to you, and I think for us to be able to take this agenda forward. I just want, before I invite all of us to light the lamp, the symbol of knowledge and hope, I just want to recite a small Urdu couplet. Dar mujhe bhi laga tha fasla dekhkar. I was fearful when I saw the distance we have to travel. Par main badhta raha rasta dekhkar. I kept moving because the path was visible. So thank you to all of you for showing the path. Khud hamare nazdeek aati jayegi. Slowly, it will come to us. What will come? Meri manzil, hamari manzil, hamara hausla dekhkar. When we see our hope and our commitment to this, our goal will come closer to us. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad, shukriya. may I now invite all of us to join in this sacred ceremony of lighting the lamp. Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, may this light guide our discussions and inspire meaningful action towards resilient and sustainable solutions for our world. What a divine start to this lovely afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again, Ms. Lagai, for that thought-provoking and inspiring keynote. A round of applause, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, for our eminent dignitaries and speakers on stage. Requesting each one of you to take your seats once again. Thank you. It's now time, ladies and gentlemen, to delve into the session with our first speaker, Shri Safi Ehsan Rizvi, Advisor NDMA, Government of India. Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa couldn't be here due to some emergency, so Shri Safi Ehsan Rizvi made it sure that he will attend the session and give us insightful information about the session. Thank you so much, sir, and a very, very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, ma'am. For a moment, I thought I would be putting forth a question for the audience that I'm here on an assumed identity of Dr. Krishna Vatsa, so please guess my real name. But thank you for finally revealing that I am Safi Rizvi, and I am advisor in the National Disaster Management Authority. So it is my honor to welcome the Minister, the Honorable Minister, who everybody must be surprised to see, who is so nattily dressed and very differently from what we are used to. So we have also learnt that sir is an MBBS doctor, was a practicing medical practitioner, and he's also run a startup, and he's done a lot. And he's a first-time election, first-time member of parliament. So these are all very big things, and if you are a mathematical person, you would do probabilities, and you find that it's very difficult to even get a ticket to contest the election, then to win, and then to become the minister, and then to become the Minister of State for 2 ministries. So I think God has been very kind, sir. I hope you will be very kind to all of us. And thank you so much for being here, sir. So we are here on something that we do every year. Unfortunately, 2023 and 2024 were the hottest years on earth. They have been bothering all of us who think, all the policy people, all the practitioners, all the district magistrates have been running from pillar to post, trying to figure out what kind of new techniques they should deploy. It is an exercise which is mammoth, especially in a country like India. And that mammoth exercise, we are all here together to discuss and find newer solutions. And since there's not much time to speak, I would not like to take too much time also. It's very well understood and well known that there are active solutions and there are passive solutions. So passive solutions is a slightly long-term thing where you're supposed to prevent the presence of urban heat islands. How do you do that? Do you continue to make 50-storied buildings in a concentrated area, or do you spread out large cities into smaller and smaller cities which are well connected? Is that the solution? Is glass buildings the solution? Is in the rural areas where sir is an MOS of the Rural Development Department, in the rural areas, traditional housing is a very good solution. the kind of ventilation and the kind of uh, sheltered areas and verandas that have traditionally been part of our construction, they need to be encouraged. One of the most important things in passive cooling is to get the Government of India schemes. We have about 72 important Government of India schemes. In these schemes, if we can start imbuing the idea of passive cooling, and every little house that is created in any program of Government of India or the state governments, if that house is designed in such a way that there is ventilation and there are basically shades that are provided, it becomes a kind of an attitude in the community. That is the best way to push cooling, especially in the rural areas. In the urban areas, we are all here. There will be a lot of architects and a lot of builders who we can talk to and try and bring in the right sort of thinking. Then there is the concept of active cooling. One of the ways where we can actually encourage active cooling is not just refrigeration, but possibly reducing the usage of refrigeration to some degree. Like just 5 minutes ago, we were all freezing at 18 degrees centigrade, and right now I think we are back to 23. So is 23 a better solution? It will reduce the use of energy. So a lot of change in attitudes is also required. A lot of my friends who are from the western part of the world, there is always a debate when you're sitting with them at any place in a hotel or elsewhere, where it's like very warm or cold. If it's 18 degrees for them, it's fine. For us, it's very cold. So this is a kind of an attitudinal shift that is definitely required in trying to push for things that are with regard to active cooling. There are a lot of new technologies that are building up on active cooling. There is an entire cooling action plan that Government of India has put out. To quite an extent, the cooling action plan is now a kind of constitutional document for people who work on the subject. One of the first documents you pick up on the subject is that cooling action plan. It has listed a lot of those technologies. It has listed all the efforts that were made till the time it was published. So here we are to add to all that. Then comes the important aspect, as Mr. Quatra had initially mentioned, about financing. So a lot is made about financing of heat action plans. So NDMA and with Ministry of Home Affairs has been pushing the creation of heat action plans. I mean, we've tried to make it not another piece of paper, not another 50-page, 100-page document which nobody is going to read, but a document that is basically focusing on assessments, going to the smallest area in a city, or maybe a ward, maybe just a colony, and figuring out what is the risk of heat to this specific area after looking at all the available data, and getting the local government involved. The most important part is getting the local government involved. So if we have a heat action plan designed by NRDC or by any other one of the lovely non-profits that work in India with us, that would not serve the purpose. The purpose would be served if the local authority, the gentleman who runs that local authority, the person who is the heat officer or the cooling officer of that authority, that person should own that document. Then only it will succeed. And the second is you have early warning systems, you have various other ways and means by which that heat action plan concretizes everything. So that is something that we have been pushing. Nearly 200 such plans, sir, have been finalized in India for city levels, smaller cities, very small cities also, larger ones definitely, for states as well. We are now trying to scale it up to another 300. So once these 200 plus 300, 400 heat action plans are in place, then the big job for all of us again starts to how to push it through. So getting the district magistrates oriented and bringing the heat action plans down on pen and paper, that is the basic task that NDMA has taken upon itself over the next few years. The Ministry of Home Affairs has included heat in its list of hazards to be mitigated. So as many of us are aware, that Government of India has approved $30 billion over 5 years. In its 15th Finance Commission recommendations, they were approved by Government of India in 2021. So for 5 years, from 2021 to 2026, $30 billion were put forward for disaster management. Of these $30 billion, $6 billion were for mitigation, to be spent over 5 years. In this past financial year, the Government of India has approved $850 million worth of mitigation programs, not for heat, but for landslides, glacial lakes, lightning, drought, and we're also working on a big program on earthquake mitigation. So a lot of work has been done in Government of India on how to mitigate disasters. We are one of the first countries to have brought in the concept of mitigation into our law, into our expense budget, and we have put forward so much of money for it. So we are trying to make this a standardized concept. We want all our friends and national partners, international partners to basically spread the message on how mitigation can be pushed through a central or a federal government initiating programs like this. So that in a nutshell is what I wanted to say. I don't wish to take too much time because we are all waiting to listen to what the Honorable Minister will say. So we are just adding a little bit more pressure on him. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Those were some great insights. And now to take it forward, I would request Sri Arvind Kumar, Special Chief Secretary, Disaster Management, Government of Telangana, to join us online. Thank you so much, sir. We are so grateful to have you here online. So all attention to the screen, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. I'll start. Firstly, my apologies for not being present in person. There is some emergency which is going on, and therefore I couldn't travel. The subject which Dr. Zafir Rizvi was just talking about, the role of state government and how we can kind of address this issue. I'll be concentrating from implementation point of view and what the state government can do basically. We have all seen that in recent years, there has been a marked increase in frequency, duration, and intensity of heat waves. I also would like to highlight the point that urbanization is an inevitable process. All India level, we are around 30% is the urban population, and it's likely to be around 50% by 2050. Some of the southern states, in particular Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra, Tamil Nadu, and Maharashtra, are already urban states with more than 45% of its population as the urban population. The only kind of issue which we need to kind of understand is that most of this urbanization which is happening right now is unplanned migration from rural areas, leading to urban sprawls, unplanned growth, and most of these are engaged in blue-collar workers at the low end, and they stay in tin sheds or asbestos sheets, etc. And their working hours are normally between 9 and 6 p.m., which is the kind of harshest time during the day in summer. Now, with this, that is how the urbanization is increasing. There are certain steps, and I would like to draw your attention to a report which was recently published. It's a policy research working paper titled Prioritizing Heat Mitigation Action Plan Action in Indian Cities. It's by a World Bank Group. It was published in October 2024, where I'll just draw the attention to the fact it says that heat waves remains a hidden hazard whose impacts are unrecognized or underreported primarily due to measurement and valuation challenges. And therefore, there is a key knowledge gap on the relative efficacy of various actions which are being undertaken to address the heat wave or urban heat island impact. Three things this report in particular highlight, and it says benefit to cost ratios of our interventions. First one, urban greening investments. Overall, it says that it covers more than the cost based on the health and labor productivity benefits of the heat stress reduction they yield. That is, first is urban greening investment. Second is the most effective intervention, it says, is that early warning system in these months offer the greatest harm reduction per dollar invested. That is, the benefit cost ratio exceeds 50 is to 1. So as per this report, the most important would be early warning system whenever these heat waves or periods are there. And this, they call it as low hanging fruits. Now I'll come to some of the interventions what we have done at the state level. First is the green effort, which this World Bank paper also highlighted. Telangana has a policy where last 10 years, it was formed into state in 2014, and since then, the greening effort has been taken in the entire state on a very massive scale. There are reports of Government of India, Ministry of Environment, which clearly points out that the green cover in the state has increased from the present level, what it was in 2014, by 7% at the end of 2023. That's a massive increase in green cover. And also for all the urban areas, all the urban local bodies, we have mandated in the act was modified in 2021, whereby we are saying that the 10% of the local body's budget will be named as green budget and will be used for purpose of increasing the greenery in urban areas. Now, the obvious question is, where is the land to kind of improve this kind of greenery? What we have provided for, as Safi was earlier mentioning the role of district collector, that if the urban area doesn't have that kind of space, in that joining space, in the urban development authority area, which is about 50-kilometer radius around each of these urban local bodies, vacant government lands or lands which are arable and are not fit for cultivation would be identified and would be taken up for green cover. And this is again yielding very good results. So 10% of our local body budget is marked as green budget and is to be used for the purpose of increasing the greenery. Just to give an example, Hyderabad being the state capital, the 10% budget comes to something like rupees 500 crores. And that's a major amount so far as initiating green efforts are concerned, so that money or resources are not a constraint. This also includes working on water bodies, protecting water bodies, taking up massive green cover along the water bodies bunds. So this is the first effort which I would like to highlight. Second is, I'm also happy to kind of acknowledge the active role of NRDC. We also have Administrative Staff College of India in Hyderabad, then Palaksha University, which is in Chandigarh, where especially Dr. Vishal. We have been working together, NRDC, ASCII, and Dr. Vishal of Palaksha, that on some of the state-specific measures. I'll start by pointing out the ECBC, which is Energy Conservation Building Code. This was started sometime in the year 2017-18, and the importance of how a state government can improve the cooling effect or mitigate the urban heat island impact through policy measures is highlighted by the fact that we, for ECBC, Energy Conservation Building Code, we have made it mandatory for all buildings, firstly, which have a load of more than 100 kilowatt, or which have a contract demand of 120 kilowatt hours, or built up area of 2,000 square meters, or having a site area of 1,000 square meters. All such buildings mandatorily will have to have ECBC installed, failing which the occupancy certificate, that is once the building is constructed, the OC for that building shall not be given to that particular owner. So by this, what we have ensured is that all the hospitals, likewise all educational institutions, all hotels, commercial complexes, shopping malls, and other such buildings, office buildings, they are all installed with ECBC. Two major examples are, one is the Hyderabad airport, and the second is IKEA. Now these are two major buildings which are having the ECBC installations, and Just to give an idea how the total impact, there are about 1,100 buildings which are now ECBC compliant since it was taken up in the state, with a total area of more than 200 million square meters covered under this. Energy savings is to the tune of 500 gigawatt hour per annum, which is equivalent to almost 120 megawatt of thermal power, running about 4,800 hours a year. So this is one effort which is still going on. It's an ongoing effort. The second one is, again, with the very, very active association of NRDC and Dr. Vishal Palaksha, we introduced the state cool roofing policy in 2023, which was for a period of 5 years. And some of the features of that was, we are saying that all buildings, so the ECBC was mainly for commercial and non-residential, but here cool roofing, we are saying all types of residential buildings with a plot size of 600 square yards or more, all government and semi-government buildings, all non-residential and commercial buildings irrespective of site area, and government-assisted housing projects. All these must have cool roofing provided for them. We have also indicated a year-wise target, and we are saying by the end of 2028, a total of 200 square kilometers of built-up area shall have cool roofing provided. And I'm very happy to confirm that for the first 3 years, we are already exceeding the target in cool roofing for the state. And there are studies which confirm that there is at least temperature difference of more than 2 degrees whenever such efforts are taken up. In addition, we have also taken up certain steps. So I just wanted to highlight the importance of ECBC and cool roofing and how a policy at the state level, instead of struggling and reaching to each of the target segments, builders, etc., we are saying here's a policy, it is mandatory, and OC shall not be issued if you don't provide this. That way we are ensuring that cool roofing or ECBC is provided, and most of the builders now have come back saying that the cost of providing cool roofing is recovered in less than 1.5 years. And after that, it's all the savings. In addition, we have also taken up certain more steps. For example, NDMA had earlier kind of included heat waves as one of the disasters. Likewise, the state government of Telangana has included the heat and heat-related deaths as one of the state-level disasters, thereby ex gratia, etc., will be arranged. However, the advisory which is being given, we have kept it very simple. It is sector specific. For agriculture, there is a particular advisory regarding heat waves. For urban areas, for schools, for construction workers, these are very, very specific advisories, and these are issued to concerned bodies. Very simply put, we have asked all the district collectors in all districts and municipal commissioners to arrange as many water kiosks as possible.
Well, sorry to interrupt you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Hello, sir. This is the MC Anisha. So we are running a little late. So I would request you to sum up your session.
2 minutes. So first I'm saying water kiosk. Second, ORS is provided in all the schools, all the bus stations, bus stands, wherever people sit. We have issued a simple advisory: cover your head whenever you are going out. Take special care of elderly, children, sick, and see that they don't go out during the peak summer time between 12 and 3, and stay as much indoors as possible, etc., etc. So basically, these sector-specific advisories, declaring heat as one of the disasters now, etc. These, I hope, will kind of help us mitigate the ill effects of heat in this coming season also. And thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for such an interesting perspective, and thank you for joining us, joining the forum. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our keynote address and I'm honored to invite on stage Honorable Minister Dr. Chandrasekhar Pemasani, the Minister of State for Rural Development and Communications, Government of India. Make sure we give him a warm welcome, who gives great importance to Indian Standard Time.
Thank you. Respected Sri Samir Kwatra ji, Miss Deepa Bagai ji, Sri Safi Hassan Razvi ji, Arvind Kumar ji, Dr. Anita Gupta ji, Abbas Jha ji, Manish Bapna ji, and all the honored guests, distinguished delegates, and passionate challengers. Thank you. Good afternoon. Namaskar. It is an immense pleasure and pride to honor this esteemed gathering at the Global Heat and Cooling Forum. As we were discussing, this forum could not be more timely as we prepare for another scorching summer in Delhi, exceeding the temperatures of more than 40 degrees Celsius. It's clear that climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is the biggest challenge we face today. Heat stress is the silent crisis reshaping our economy, our health, and our communities. And we cannot afford to look away. As a physician, I have witnessed what heat can do to a human body, whether it is dehydration, heat exhaustion, and heat stroke, which could turn fatal. For the last 25 years, I was also in US working on an EdTech, mainly staying in indoors. I really didn't experience that much heat, but over the last 1 year, I started contesting in elections, and I did 2 to 3 months of intense campaign in April and May, which is the hottest months in India. At least I could remember at least 3 or 4 times I was just close to heat stroke. Because so that is the effect that heat can do. And not only that, heat waves have already claimed over 11,000 lives since 2009, making them India's deadliest natural disaster after cyclones. But the impact extends beyond health, as many of you know. By 2050, it is estimated more than 200 million people will be affected, and our GDP could cut down by close to 4.5% because most of our informal workforce dependent on outdoor labor. Therefore, the heat is not just a climate issue, it is a human crisis. As the mercury rises, access to cooling is no longer a privilege, and it becomes a fundamental right. So as the demand for cooling increases, we must also ensure that people have affordable and sustainable cooling measures or cooling solutions. So recognizing these risks, our Honorable Prime Minister, the visionary leader, Sri Narendra Modi ji, has taken a decisive action by becoming the first country in the world to develop a comprehensive cooling action plan. By promoting energy efficient cooling systems, phasing out harmful refrigerants, and prioritizing vulnerable communities, we are paving the way for a cooler, more resilient future. And in this spectrum, rural India faces the brunt of extreme heat. Rising temperatures, erratic rainfall, and prolonged droughts directly impact agriculture, food security, water availability, and public health. But rural India is not just vulnerable, but it is also the heart of solution. Recognizing this dual role, the Ministry of Rural Development, under India's comprehensive whole of a government approach, has proactively introduced sustainable measures For example, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, called Manrega Act. It has helped create climate adaptive infrastructure, including water conservative systems, shade plantations, and drought mitigation projects. Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana, the rural connectivity road, connected nearly every remotest village so that even during the extremes of the climate, people have access to all weather roads. And then Jal Jeevan Mission. The idea is to provide safe drinking water from sustainable resources so that every household, regardless of the climate, can have a clean water. And then we implemented one ambitious mission Amrit Sarovar project. This is rejuvenating close to 68,000 water ponds. That is effectively covering every district around 60-70, so that the local water availability and the soil health will be improved. And this was done on a mission mode and completed by October 2024 last year. Additionally, we have taken Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sanchay Yojana watershed development program. This will create some check dams where it's needed so the soil erosion can be prevented and the groundwater can be recharged. So as climate extremes intensify, we not only took the action at the field level, but we started working at the housing level as well. And this is where Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Gramin, comes into play. Since 2016, we have built over 3 crores, that means 30 million houses, providing millions of rural families which are economically disadvantaged with safe, dignified and resilient homes. But now, with the World Bank, we're going one step further with this SHIELD project. SHIELD is nothing but sustainable housing, integrating efficient living and disaster resilience. And it is designed to make rural housing cooler, more energy efficient, and more disaster resilient. We are embedding climate adaptive designs, energy efficient technologies into new housing construction. We're also strengthening access to affordable credit, ensuring that families can invest in cooling solutions without much financial burden. In addition, we're also integrating this Awas Yojana with another path-breaking scheme, Pradhan Mantri Surya Ghar Yojana. This is basically giving subsidies for these households. By investing a little bit, they can install solar panels on the rooftops where they could utilize their own generated power for their house and then sell the surplus power to the grid. So again, it's creating local resilience. So these are only some of the schemes that I have mentioned, but every state at their own level are doing some innovative things, as earlier just Telangana State Chief Secretary has mentioned. So the government will not only stop here and will continue to innovate and find creative solutions. So I wanted to thank everyone involved in this conference, NDMA, DST, NRDC, the World Bank, for taking the critical discussion. And I hope these insights and innovations from this forum will shape not only India, but around the world, some creative solutions. Before I conclude, I want to put 2 ideas. One should remember that India has long revered nature as an integral part of its culture, and its traditional knowledge systems have always promoted sustainability. This is not new to India. For example, in my own state, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, community managed water tanks, millet-based farming, and homes built with local materials such as clay naturally combat drought and heat. So these low-cost rural innovations should guide national climatic changes and strategies. So policy must not only serve villages, and it must learn from the rural villages. And finally, protecting and replenishing the natural resources is not the job of a single nation or an organization. It is a collective effort. If governments, businesses, professionals such as architects, educators, NGOs, citizens, and another powerful partner, technology, join hands, I have no doubt we can educate, stimulate, and ultimately cultivate the path to a truly sustainable future. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद for your thoughts, for your insights, and for giving us your valuable time. Thank you once again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we now have Dr. Anita Gupta, Head of Scientific Divisions, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Let's keep the applause coming. And it's a kind request to you, ma'am, and to the... yes, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, I would also request you to join for the group photo op. I would also request Ms. Deepa Bagai to felicitate our Honorable Minister. So we'll take another 10 seconds of your time. Thank you once again, sir. Indeed, lovely to have you here. All right, it's a kind request to the rest of the speakers to kindly adhere to the timings, to the allotted timings. For your convenience, we have kept the timer on the preview monitor.
So, good afternoon, everyone. The stage has been set. Why are we here? So first, let me thank the prime movers of this first of its kind, a unique program of the day. That's a Global Heating and Cooling Forum, where we are here to discuss the ways, strategies, approaches, and solutions for making our world a much more livable to combat the heat. I am thankful to NRDC, World Bank, and NDMA for this event of today's, and DST is a proud partner in this whole insightful deliberations which are to take place today and tomorrow. So why DST is here? So needless to say, every problem has to be attempted through knowledge, insights, and evidences. As the evidences are very clear, the ferocity and the frequency and the duration of extreme weather events triggered by global warming, which are anthropogenic emissions to say, are the root cause. And how do we really target this climate change adaptation as well as mitigation strategies? DST is currently driving on both the ends. We are driving 2 missions, national missions, out of the 10 national missions on climate change. They are focused on strategic knowledge on climate change as well as sustaining Himalayan ecosystem. And on the mitigation front, we are actually collaborating with multitude of organizations. At the one hand, we are equipping our set of institutions and creating critical mass of researchers to focus on the possible solutions to combat this crisis of current times. If we really analyze the way we dealt with the COVID unprecedented health crisis of COVID pandemic, wherein all stakeholders, including government, institutions, researchers, industry bodies, startups came together. I think the similar approach, if we really need to adopt to really compress the innovation to market timeline, and if that can happen where we were not at all prepared. Now with these kind of deliberations happening every now and then, and with the collective strength of people who have gathered, the collective knowledge and wisdom, we really need to come out with the blueprint of the solutions and approaches to combat the heating, alleviating the heat stress, and coming out with the possible solutions. DST currently is also part of the global platform, which is Mission Innovation to catalyze R&D in clean energy domain. And one of the key platform, there are 7 missions underway. One of the key platform is on sustainable heating and cooling solutions with UK as a partner. And since 7-8 years, we have collectively infused a funding of close to 13 million USD, and 50% of the funding has gone into really come out with the new technologies and solutions to tackle this the issue of heating and cooling. And we have created supported close to 60 odd institutions, engaged with 60 industry partners, and we have created 25 test beds of technologies in this domain. And I think the way we are progressing as the you can say most populous country, 5th largest economy, and also we are gearing up to fulfill our NDC's commitment. As we progress economically, 20 million square meter of built up space is to be added, and as per IEA, 10% of the GHG emissions are emitted from the built environment. So we really need to work collectively to come out with the solutions where we can provide not only the thermal comfort, but also engage with a meaningful collaboration with the like-minded partners to really reach all the strata of the society and bridge the divide which we are having. So as we move forward, we have to, the way urbanization, the economic development is going to take place, we have to really come out with a solution and approaches for not only just clean energy transition, but it should be inclusive, sustainable, and climate resilient solutions. So thank you all, and I look forward to the key takeaways and deliberations of this important event.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have definitely given us a lot to think about. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have Shri Abhas Jha, Practice Manager, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management, South Asia Region, the World Bank, with us. Very warm welcome, sir.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I think one of the benefits of speaking towards the end is that much of what has to be said has already been said. So, but I'll be very quick. So first of all, I want to thank the organizers, Deepaji, Manish, NRDC, DST, the Honorable Minister who's not here, who graced us with his presence. I think this strong, and of course NDMA and Safi and Krishna, with whom we've been working very closely over the years. This kind of, as you've heard from previous speakers, the challenge of heat is something that needs to be tackled multi-sectorally. It will need all these agencies and many more to come together. Let me start with a few statistics. Under even a moderate emission scenario, the number of heat waves in India is going to be triple in the next decade or so. The last summer was, I think, as was mentioned, was the hottest on record, and Delhi broke a 74-year-old record of 39 days of consecutive 40-degree plus temperatures. There are parts of Gujarat and Rajasthan that last summer went beyond 50 degrees centigrade, which, as you know, is where the human body cannot cope anymore. So that's one side of the problem. The other side is that India is poised to be the largest growth market for air conditioners in the world. Every 15 seconds, an air conditioner is sold in India. We are right now at about 8% penetration of air conditioners. China is at 90%. So imagine when we go from 8% to 9%, which we will, the problem is that most of those air conditioners are the highly energy inefficient 3-star or unbranded air conditioners, which are energy guzzlers. And if we continue on this trajectory, forget about 1.5 degrees, maybe even 2 degrees is off the table in terms of global warming. So it is a very, very urgent problem on how to address cooling. Deepaji, I think, made a very important point about the poverty gap in cooling. And this is not just about India or developing countries. Even in the US, it's well documented that poorer neighborhoods are on average about 5 degrees hotter than richer neighborhoods because of the building material, greenery, and so on and so forth. So we have to tackle this problem at several levels. At the household level, obviously, better building material. Safi mentioned passive cooling, more appropriate building materials. Certainly air conditioning is part of the problem, but it's certainly not, everyone is not going to have access to air conditioning. Ceiling fans. So that's another, we have now the new technology called BLDC, which is much more energy efficient. So that's another part of the solution. Then you have the neighborhood level. You need to design neighborhoods better with more greenery, more public spaces, and so on and so forth. Safi mentioned the heat action plans that many cities are putting together. I think India is to be commended on two fronts. One is that obviously India is one of the first countries that put together a cooling action plan, so that was really, really commendable. The second is that Ahmedabad was probably the first city in the world to have a heat action plan. My only criticism, and criticism is probably too strong a word, my only apprehension is that most of these heat action plans are very reactive in it's a disaster response kind of approach. What we need is a lot more preventive and sort of proactive prevention of things like, things we're talking about, like appropriate building materials, passive cooling, and so on, so that, to address the problem before it becomes a major issue. So let me stop here. Again, huge congratulations to the organizers, and I really look forward to the 2 days of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Manish Bapna, the President and CEO of NRDC, for the closing remarks. Mr. Bapna has been a leading voice in the global climate movement, advocating for equitable and sustainable solutions. Let's give him a warm welcome with a round of applause. He's not wasting time to come here as well.
Great. Thank you all for joining us today. A special thanks to our speakers, Safi Arvand, Anita Abbas, and of course, the Minister. I also want to thank NDMA, Department of Science and Technology, and of course, the World Bank for co-hosting, co-organizing this meeting. I just want to say two things. The first is, I was struck, Samir, where are you, Samir? Why are we here? Why am I here? So I wanted to answer that question. I'm here because I cannot, this is, in my mind, the moral tragedy of our times. When we think about what is happening in wealthy countries or with wealthy individuals, what they are doing to the climate, and who ultimately is suffering, bearing the cost. That gets at the heart of who we are as a society, who we are as a civilization. And we need to confront the reality of what is at stake here. And it is both about the deep effort we must make to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. We must not take the foot off the need to reduce emissions in the rich world and with rich communities. And to some extent, part of what we're trying to do today is to talk a little bit about how we make cooling climate friendly. The other piece of this conversation is how we deal with extreme heat, how we deal with resilience, how we actually build ways in which to address the impacts that will already be increasingly felt. As someone who has spent a lot of time both in the United States and in India, the recognition of who benefits and who suffers is so visible to me. And it is something that we must all recognize and confront. And that is what this conference is about. It is about looking at what are the solutions that we are seeing emerge. What are the proof of concepts? You've heard people talk about early warning systems. You've heard people talk about building codes. The Honorable Minister spoke about a number of solutions. It's also about how we think about scale. It is one thing to have a solution that works in a particular place. It is another about how we look at replication, how we look at scale. And questions around governance, questions around finance, questions around communications and public awareness are at the heart of how we get to scale. And finally, it is also about equity and how we protect the most vulnerable communities and make sure they are not the ones paying the price as we make this transition. It is about the heat divide. So, we have a lot to do. It is about solutions, it is about scale, it is about equity. We are delighted to see such interest in these conversations about bringing cooling and how we respond to extreme heat together. We thank you all for joining us today, and we look forward to a very stimulating set of conversations over the week. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for your invaluable insights and your incredible leadership. Definitely looking forward to the conversations to come now. I would request Ms. Deepa Bagai to come forward and felicitate all our speakers on stage. Everybody, let's take a moment to express our heartfelt appreciation with a warm round of applause for all our speakers on stage. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Of course they won't. Let's have a group photograph to commemorate this special occasion. They won't be done till the time they say left to right, right to left. Thank you, everybody. Thanks to all our speakers. I would request Mr. Bapna to stay back on stage in order to moderate the next session, and request the rest of our speakers and dignitaries to kindly take their seats off stage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next session will bring together leading experts to explore the heat cooling paradox, examining the gaps in scientific understanding and technology deployment. This discussion will also address the growing challenge of rising heat and the increasing global demand for cooling solutions. Yes, requesting Mr. Bapna to stay back on stage. Oh, all right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to invite our esteemed panelists to the stage. First, please put your hands together for Dr. Radhika Khosla, Associate Professor and Research Director, Oxford India Centre for Sustainable Development, University of Oxford. She leads Oxford's Zero Carbon Energy Use Program at the Zero Institute and is the principal investigator of the Oxford Martin School's Future of Cooling program. A very, very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Yes, yes, please. Be comfortable in your seat. I will again request you once this is done. We'll just take a moment. Till that time, allow me to introduce all our speakers. Next, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Roxy Matthew Call, climate scientist, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. He has made breakthrough contributions to the research, monitoring, and modeling of climate and extreme weather events over the Indo-Pacific region. A very, very warm welcome to you. Up next, Dr. Joy Shoemake, lead World Health Organization, World Meteorological Organization, Joint Office for Climate and Health. She's an environmental health scientist and public health practitioner who has worked with WHO, WMO, UNICEF, and others to develop public health policy and programming for climate adaptation and risk management. A very warm welcome to you. And a round of applause for Dr. Joy Shoemake, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, Mr. Amit Prathy, Director General, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. He's an international expert with nearly 25 years of progressive leadership in the fields of urban planning and resilient infrastructure, with experience across more than 15 countries in North America, Asia, and Europe. A very, very warm welcome to Mr. Amit Prathy. And yes, now, with a round of applause, let's welcome our moderator for the panel discussion, Mr. Bapna. All right, all right. Well, everybody here is eagerly looking forward to the conversation, to the discussion, and of course, to those insightful insights which we are going to get from all our panelists and our speakers. All right, till the time Mr. Bapna is here, let's move into the discussion. As first, I would like to invite Ms. Radhika Khosla to enlighten us on current trends in rising heat and demand for cooling, gaps in scientific understanding, and challenges and risk. I would request you, ma'am, to join us on the podium. A very warm welcome.
Very much. I'm trying to find a spot where I can see the slides as well. Maybe like this. Okay, I'll turn around. Great, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. It's wonderful to be here, and I'm really glad that we have this week actually ahead of us to be able to think through some of these questions about heat and cooling and the paradox that they give rise to. What I'd like to do in the next few minutes is just talk a little bit about the science around the heating and cooling question, and just lay forth some of the latest research that we've been doing and seeing. So if somebody can give me the next slide, please. Yeah. So just to start out, we're at a place right now where if you look at the top left here, I like this figure because it shows us that no matter where we are, whether we are sort of born in 1950, in 1980, and have children born in 2020, or whatever it might be, the world looks very different if we move forward from here on vis-a-vis how it looked when we reflect back. And even in the best case scenario, we're looking at temperature rises that are much warmer than what they've been in the past. And that has a very different implication for what warming is going to look like at the global level and at the local level. Now, of course, a direct implication of that is the rise in extreme heat. And I think it's important for us to remember that extreme heat kills more than any other extreme weather event. So more than droughts, more than floods, more than wildfires, extreme heat is the largest killer of all extreme weather events. It's also very silent. You don't have before and after images in the same way. And of course, our go-to solution over the last, sort of 100 years or so has been the development of an air conditioner. I like this figure on the right as well because it reminds us that actually by the end of the century, the energy consumption from air conditioning alone is going to be more than that from global heating demand. And that's particularly stark when we think about the energy discourse so far, which has really been, it's been dominated by ideas of heating and how we're going to stay warm in colder climates. All of that is going to change. Lee Kuan Yew reminded us when he was asked what made Singapore successful, he said it was actually air conditioning, because air conditioning changed the nature of civilization by making development possible in the tropics. And I think that's true for all of us. It's true for us here, it's true for us in many parts of the world where air conditioning has made life habitable. At the moment, global cooling takes about 20% of global electricity use, which is a pretty high number given, just given that actually large parts of the hot world still don't have very high air conditioning use. Another thing that's really stark is that, all these numbers we've heard in the previous session as well about the rise in air conditioning, the, sort of IEA statistics of 10 new air conditioners every second for the next 30 years. In spite of that rise, the cooling gap in 2050 is going to be 2 to 5 billion people will not have access to an air conditioner. So this is not just an issue about heat and cooling, it's also an issue about equity, and actually it's tied to each of the different sustainable development goals, even though the word heat, cooling, thermal, refrigerant do not appear anywhere in the United Nations 17 SDGs and their 169 targets. Next slide, please. So I just want to show you some of the figures that set a global context for this conversation we're going to have over the next week. So we did some work where we said, we know that the world is warming very quickly. It's moving from a 1.5 degree warming, which, frankly could happen anywhere in the next few years, to a world that will probably be 2 degrees hotter than the pre-industrial base. And where is the largest absolute change in cooling demand going to come from? And when we did that, what we found was that it is the countries in Africa that see the largest absolute change in cooling demand as we move from a 1.5 degree world to a 2 degree world. And actually India is really up there as well. It's not in the top 10, but it's definitely in the countries that is top ranked. And and you can see like the red portions of what the Earth is going to look like when we do that. We then ask the question, what does it mean in terms of relative change? So if we move from a 1.5 degree world to a 2 degree world, where do we see the largest relative change in cooling demand? And when we did that, the figure turned on its head. And you actually see that it's mainly countries in Europe, in the north of in North America, that see this very large change in cooling degree days, which is an indicator of cooling demand. And it's Switzerland, the United Kingdom, Norway, Finland, Sweden. These are the countries that are seeing very, very large increases on a relative basis as the Earth warms in its global mean temperature, telling us that this is no longer an issue that is confined to hot climates. It's no longer a tropical issue. It is actually an issue that is going to affect every part of the world. And we have to be able to be prepared to have these kinds of global conversations about what happens to people when they're exposed to levels of heat that many parts of the world are just not prepared for, and particularly these colder parts of the world have never really considered as being something that is salient to their own context. Now, cooling degree days and cooling demand it's an indicator in some sense of the hazard, right? But what is risk? Risk is a function of the hazard, the exposure to that hazard, and the vulnerability to be able to respond to that hazard. So then what we said is, okay, we have this cooling degree days, we have this cooling demand and this heat stress that is hitting different parts of the world, but where is the largest population exposure to that heat? And when we did that work, of course, the country that comes up as number one is India, and that's where we see the largest number of people are going to be exposed to this very large demand in cooling. And this raises really important questions for all of us here in terms of how are we going to respond to this level of heat that is coming upon us in a context and in a cultural context where we actually don't see heat as such a bad thing, right? We feel we've lived with it for a long time. That makes us somewhat agnostic to how we might respond, and that this heat is very different, and the population exposed to this heat is going to be very different. That raises all kinds of questions for adaptation that that we're going to be talking about. One more thing that I think is important to note is that in this work, what we found is that actually the level of increase in heat stress and the increase in level of cooling demand is going to be much higher between now and when we hit 1.5 degrees of warming than when we move from 1.5 to 2 degrees of warming. And what that means in terms of, again, our adaptation, our ability to respond in terms of building resilience and otherwise, is that we have to do a lot more work up front. We have to do a lot more work now to be able to prevent and help individuals save lives and help economies than we would have to do later on. Not that we'll have to do less than, but there's a lot more to be done up front that we need to be cognizant of. There's a little bit of, here about what this means in the Indian context. I won't spend too much time on this right now, but when we've been looking at some of the numbers, from the last 4 or 5 years, and, it's just low. The level of AC penetration and ownership is low. It's less than 5%. It's mainly in the urban areas. It's rising very, very quickly. There's a distribution between the states that are wealthier, and, it's not surprising, but Punjab, Chandigarh, Haryana, Delhi, Gujarat, Goa, they have very high rates of AC ownership, much lower in the Northeast, and most of this AC ownership lies with top income deciles. We're also doing some work where we're trying to understand, what is the ability to be able to react to the hazard of extreme heat given the economic conditions of different states. And there we're able to see a lot more granularity at a 1 kilometer level within states. And this is work that applies to anywhere in the world, right? It's, of course, you have country level data, but what happens within regions, what happens within cities, and to be able to disaggregate that is, is going to be an important next step from a scientific basis in terms of how we handle this. So I see time's up, but I just have a couple more slides. I think this is important. This is work we did for the Global Cooling Watch report, which was the UN's first spotlight report on cooling, and I was the lead author for that. And I just want to focus on one main message from this big study, which was to say, our goal was to say, look, the Earth is getting warmer, heat stress is rising, we're going to be in a world where most people will need an air conditioner. How do we get to a world where you have thermal comfort for everybody, but we do that without killing the planet? And so the goal was to say, can we get to a world where we actually have zero emissions cooling? Because if you have zero emissions cooling, it's actually not such a bad thing. We kind of, we've met our goals. And the good news was that we can get there. How do we get there? There are 3 ways in which we get there. One is by an immense emphasis on passive cooling reduction, which I'm sure we'll talk about. The second is a real focus on energy efficiency and minimum energy performance standards of technology that are regularly updated and harmonized. And the third is to phase out refrigerant gases. I won't go into the details of all of that right now, but I want to put those 3 things on the table and also say that that takes us to about 66% reduction in emissions for 2050 cooling emissions, and that last third of emission reductions comes from decarbonizing the grid. And in a way, the fact that air conditioners run on electricity is a gift. It's a gift because it allows us to be able to rely on a grid that can be clean, which is not the case with heating, where we're working with oil and gas and other such fossil fuels. And I think it's important to remember that opportunity lies with us. And my last slide is just to say that, you know, we can have a very technological conversation, but in the end, it is human beings we're interested in. We're interested in, you know, in cooling people, not buildings, and placing humans at the core of cooling needs is really important. And so in the way that we think about this, you know, cooling poverty is a really important issue, but cooling poverty is systemic. Cooling poverty is not whether you have access to an air conditioner or not. Cooling poverty is whether you have access to infrastructure. For instance, do you have access to green spaces? Do you have access to shading? Do you have access to water bodies? What are your health conditions? Do you have propensities to certain kinds of diseases that are like, you know, particularly cardiovascular diseases that get very amplified in the extreme heat? And what are your levels of education and work standards? And of course, what is your exposure to humidity? So, you know, it is a much more complicated and multi-dimensional issue. And in the conversations that we're going to have, I think it's really important for us to recognize that we're dealing with something that is interconnected with multiple priorities, with multiple goals, and we need to be able to negotiate those as we think through how we're going to build resilience to extreme heat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khosla, for the detailed presentation. And it's time that I now hand over the stage to Mr. Manish Bapnar, who's a moderator for the first panel discussion.
Great, thank you. Great, so look, we have 40 minutes? Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna try to really create a little bit of a conversation here. I'm gonna ask each of you 2 questions. 2 questions, 8 questions, 40 minutes. Brevity will be appreciated. If you want to jump in on what someone else has responded, just signal so we can make this a little bit more organic. About 2-3 minutes before we end, I'm going to ask each of you to, I'm giving you a little heads up here, I'm gonna ask each of you to close with a sentence on the kind of most important message you'd like to leave the audience with. Yeah? So just, we'll try to make this fairly fast-paced because there's a lot to cover. And Roxy, I'm gonna start with you. You know, Indian Ocean, I'll just probably go down in order if that's okay. Roxy, Joy, Amit, and then I'll come back to Radhika. But the Indian Ocean's role in the global climate system is incredibly important. Just tell us a little bit more about the role of the Indian Ocean and what some of the recent warming, the feedback loops, what does it mean for the climate projections that we are talking about?
Thanks, Manish. Thanks to NRDC, NDMA, and World Bank for this wonderful gathering on discussion. I would start with my message first.
You'll have to come up with another one at the end, but
yeah, another one. Okay, cool. What I would say is that heat should not be treated in isolation. Yeah. So whether it's the science and mechanism of how these heat wave events happen or their impacts, yeah, it should not be treated in isolation. I'll give with examples. So the science and mechanism, that's where the Indian Ocean warming or the ocean warming and the large-scale climate system matters. Yeah. For example, I'll take the case of year 2022, just a couple of years ago. And we had one of the longest heat wave season. Temperatures in Delhi crossed 50 degrees Celsius, Pakistan 51 degrees Celsius. Yeah. My kids were going to school that time after COVID, and they were hit with the heat stroke kind of conditions. Just like the minister said, my kids were, I mean, they were coming back from school at peak heat wave time, 2 to 3 p.m. And this is in Pune, mild temperatures generally, yeah. So this year, so this is April-May season, the heat wave season, pre-monsoon, before the monsoon. It was not just the heat, but also a delayed monsoon, deficit rainfall, yeah. So that's where the large-scale climate system, ocean conditions, a warm ocean condition generally weakens the monsoons and the rains that you get over the land, yeah. A deficit rainfall, then a heat wave condition. So deficit rainfall means less water. Groundwater is also depleted. It's almost drought-like condition. Monsoon was delayed, so the agriculture also suffered. And there were wildfires. On top of that, air pollution as well. So this is a set of overlapping events along with the heat. We see this very often during the pre-monsoon season, that is the peak summer season. And this is connected to the large-scale climate system, the Indian Ocean and all. And we call these compound weather events, which means that if we need to understand heat and impacts, so that year, several lives were lost, our agriculture was hit. Wheat grains, the farmers reported that the wheat grains were 20% less size, and we stopped our exports. India is the largest exporter of wheat, and we stopped our exports for a while, which means that agriculture, our livelihoods were also hit during that time. And very often, whether it's scientists, policymakers, or whether our monitoring forecasting system, all of these systems, frameworks, treat these extreme weather events in isolation. Scientists study them separately. Similarly, we all treat, this is a heat conference, but many times we see that overlapping events are important. And there are cascading events as well. I will come on that later, maybe sometime. So if you are to frame policies, if you are to have predictions, projections, and policies framed for the country, we need to not just treat heat as in an isolation, but combine all these factors, and all of them are going up, whether it is the heat, whether it is the change in rainfall patterns. There is drying in some parts of the subcontinent. Wildfires are going up, air pollution is going up. So we need to consider a comprehensive outlook, whether it is for forecasts or predictions. That's my current message.
That is sobering but clear. So very much appreciate that. Joy, if I could turn to you and maybe just a sentence or two, a little bit about where you're coming from, what your organization does, maybe a word about Jin, and then the question, just because I think it's important for the audience to be aware of where you all are coming from and what you're doing. But then I'd love to get a little bit more deeper into, from a public health standpoint, what do you see as the priorities for protecting vulnerable communities from extreme heat, getting into the social kind of equity questions that we've been talking about today?
There we go. Yes. Great. Well, thank you again so much for the invitation. It is an absolute honor to be here with you all today. I'm coming from the World Meteorological Organization in Geneva, where I lead the Global Heat Health Information Network, which is a global community of practice of scientists, of NGOs, of policymakers who have come together actually almost 10 years ago now, because we are concerned about this grave nature of this crisis, of this cycle that we are in between the cooling and needing to address the risks of extreme heat. And so I'm here to learn with you and share with you some of the global lessons from that community. And from the World Meteorological Organization, it is our members, the national meteorological organizations, like the Indian Meteorological Department, who have been telling us and measuring for decades the trends of climate change, the trajectory of the warming temperatures that we are experiencing. We have known this for decades. And science has been showing us that this is a certain future. The first graphic from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that Dr. Khosla showed us shows that we are locked in to a warmer future. How hot it is going to be is the choice that we have in front of us. But we have already heard that climate change and these warming temperatures are sabotaging sustainable development. And it is not only the impacts on health, but on economies, on businesses, on infrastructure, on the water and food systems that we depend upon. And so it is the hard choice that brings us all here today of how do we slow climate change and at the same time adapt our society and the way of living to these warmer conditions. And so the real question for me is, what does it take to shift our society, our politicians, our communities to be able to respond to these projections? Is it just more science? Is it demonstrating the severity of the impacts? What is that actually going to take? For me, I think it really comes down to us as a community being able to demonstrate what works. These win-win solutions that we've already heard about in the first hour of this conference. We've heard of dozens of solutions that are working, that are the early warning systems that are telling communities when they're at risk and what to do. How do we protect workers? How do we have more heat-responsive water, energy, and housing policies? How do we prioritize where green and blue space can cool our communities? We've heard of these solutions, and we need to be promoting that even further, even faster. Because of course there will always be knowledge gaps, but it's not necessarily more science that's going to help change the behaviors, change the beliefs, change the values around how we're addressing this issue. And for me, when I think about this moral dilemma that we're faced with, I think about the parallel with air pollution. Because today we know that air pollution is terrible for our health. 7 million people are dying every year because of their exposure to air pollution. We know that it causes all kinds of chronic and acute health problems. But we didn't know this 50 years ago when we were making transport decisions, when we were making urban planning and energy decisions that would lock us into a future that is today polluting. So the question is, if we had known how terrible air pollution would be today, would we have made different choices as a society? And so as we are sitting at this rising curve in temperatures, what are the different choices that we have to make today of how we are going to confront this balance between this cooling demand, the need for not only thermal comfort, but thermal safety, and a low carbon future? That is what brings me to this room today, to learn with you and from the innovation that is happening in India, that the rest of the world is looking to you to learn from you, because India is a leader in thinking and doing to address this issue.
Thank you so much, Joy. You know, you mentioned a little bit about what works, how we scale solutions. We heard earlier a little bit about SHIELD and the integration of climate risk into housing. Amit, kind of a nice segue to you, and if you could say, for, you know, everyone may not know about CDRI, but maybe you could say a word about CDRI and how you're looking at, you know, integrating issues around extreme heat, around cooling into infrastructure. What is CDRI doing on this issue?
Thank you so much, Manish, and it's good to see you again. I think we were having a similar conversation in Sharm el Sheikh on heat. I think, first of all, CDRI, for those of you who may not know, is an international organization seeded by India. And we now have, I'm very proud that today we've got the 43rd country that has just announced that they joined CDRI, which is New Zealand. So we actually have now 50 members, global members, who are part of this coalition. The focus is on disaster resilient infrastructure. That's the broad focus. And we are in the capacity building and technical assistance space. I think coming back to what we are trying to do, maybe I'll for a minute put my hat of the DG away and put my hat of the urban planner back on, because I've spent about 30 years now in the urban field. And I'm going to pose a challenge to everybody in this room, frankly, because I've now seen green spaces as a solution being put forward for the last 5, 7, 8, 10 years. But I've not seen the next iteration of that. I've not seen the discussion get into green spaces are incredibly expensive. When you start to think about where in an urban setting you have the problem of heat island effect, it's in the places where green spaces are impossible. So yes, you can have more green spaces. Green spaces take more time to establish unless you can protect them. If you protect them, there's a land value associated with this. Who pays for it, right? So I am really sort of, my last statement really be, let's move from solutions 1.0 to solutions 5.0. Because the speed at which we need to rethink what we're even proposing today and what this group is still proposing has to be really, really, really turbocharged, because the problem is here today. You know, when we heard the madam from DST talking about the scale of urbanization that's coming, India is going to be building something like, you know, I was hearing 1 Chicago a year amount of infrastructure. Have we learned our lessons already that we can actually build that in a new way where we're not actually going to see the urban heat island problems of today? I'm sorry to say, but I don't think we have. And I think it is really up to all of us, because this room, if this room doesn't have the experts, then where are the experts, right? So I think for me, part of the responsibility of this coalition also is how do we spur innovation? How do we sort of, you know, and I would encourage NRDC as well, when you're doing your heat plans, dig into that green space. Don't just leave it as have more green space, but dig into it, unpackage it, because that's really how we'll start to address the problem. CDRI is trying to do that in the infrastructure space. So we launched a call for proposals inviting cities to see how you could innovate with maybe more data, but let's say early warning that is unique for the power sector. Early warning that is unique for the hospitals. So IMD might issue the warning, but somebody needs to now translate that into a decision support system so that the hospital is better prepared, so that the power utility is better prepared. Because if you have ACs and you have no power, it doesn't matter. If you have no power, you have no water, right? So they're coming back to the point of integration. So I think we really need to get much more thorough in our analysis as well as our advice. We'll be pushing the boundary beyond what we're already saying. I think what we're already saying is we're already putting us behind. Not a very good message, but I think let me.
I appreciate the very kind of candid kind of assessment about where we are and therefore what we need to be tackling straight on. Radhika, I'm going to give you an easy question. I'm going to, say maybe a few more words about what you're doing at Oxford, the Oxford India Center. But your presentation was so rich. I actually would love for you to just, if you wanted to, again, reiterate kind of 2 or 3 of the themes that you think are most important for this audience to be reflecting on as we go through today and tomorrow. Just it'd be great to hear that one more time.
Happy to do that. Let me take your second question first, and we can talk about the Oxford work at some point. So just in terms of, what we're trying to do is understand risk, and the way that we're thinking about risk is similar to the way many scholars think about risk, which is using the IPCC framework of saying that risk is a function of the hazard, of the exposure to that hazard, and the vulnerability, right? So I could be exposed to a lot of extreme heat. It might be 50 degrees outside. I'm sitting in Delhi, which means that, I am exposed to it, but am I vulnerable to it in this moment? Probably not, because I'm in a very air-conditioned room, right? So it actually, it is about recognizing those 3 elements and then being able to say who is at risk and what are we going to do about that risk. And so in some sense, in terms of the knowledge building work that we need to do, it requires us to think through those different steps and then identify who is vulnerable. And then as I was showing on my last slide, that vulnerability is not just about whether you have access to a fan or an air conditioner. That vulnerability is about what are your health conditions. If you're predisposed to cardiovascular disease or renal disease or mental health conditions, then you have a lot more risk. If you're exposed to a work environment that requires you to be outdoors, you're exposed to a lot more risk. If you have certain levels of education and awareness or don't have them, then you have a lot more risk exposure. So it is actually about understanding those multifaceted dimensions of what risk looks like. And I think that's the work that's ahead of all of us. That's what is central to the work that went into and is going into heat action plans and all other kinds of policies. It is like in the UK, we're not looking at heat action plans as much yet, but thinking more nationally about a heat resilience strategy. So whatever the form the policy instrument looks like, it is ultimately trying to tackle that question. And I think that's what is important for us. Just from a kind of climate point of view, I think another thing that is useful for us to consider, and again, this is where the kind of the edge of the science is at the moment, is to say that thermal comfort is not just temperature, right? It's definitely humidity, and we all recognize the need for that a lot more, but it's actually to think about comfort variables beyond that as well. So it's temperature, it's humidity, it's ventilation, it's what is the radiant temperature, it's the level of insulation of your clothing. So it's actually to open up, this space about how we think about solutions, and to see that solutions are actually much more than just like turning on one technology or not, but rather to think about it in a much more holistic way that is cultural, that is policy driven, that is infrastructural, that is tied to governance and business models and to our technologies.
That actually is a great setup. So for the next round of questions, I'm going to kind of the theme that I'd love for each of you to talk a little bit more about are good or best practices in the work that you've seen, and what you see as some of the ingredients to scaling those good or best practices. I'd like to get in this next round a little bit more concrete about examples that you see of things that work, and how do we think about scaling those issues, right? Roxy, can I start with you?
Yeah, thanks again. Maybe I will start with the message again. Yeah, heat has multiple layers. So I think we need to consider all these layers and work upon them. So many times we think of forecasting as a solution. So we were talking about knee-jerk reactions or proactive response and so on. Yeah, but when we think about heat, and especially when we want to go hyper-local, we need to think indoors and outdoors, rural and urban, daytime and nighttime. Because right now we are putting all these together in one basket and measuring them. Yeah. So we do not have monitoring at these different layers. We do not have forecasting at these different layers. And if you want to know, like what Telangana Chief Secretary said, migrant workers in a tin roof in an urban setup, what is the temperature they are facing? What is the temperature at nighttime they are going to face in the next year or next season? We do not have those kind of monitoring. We do not have understanding of it. We do not have the projections for next several years. Yeah, but we have the capacity to do that. We have the science. We have the facility or capacity for the facilities to do all that. Yeah, it's just about scaling it up. You were asking about what needs to be scaled it up. So we need to scale it up on all these layers that I'm talking about. And right now, we do not have a dedicated heat research and development center in India. Yeah, I mean, we know that heat is a overpowering threat for the entire country. We know that it's going to intensify. So the intensity is going to increase, frequency is going to increase, duration is going to increase, and the fourth thing, the area covered by these heat waves are also going to increase. But all that we have in terms of the science, research and development are generally scattered research across the country, across different organizations, and some papers and assessments done by individuals or groups and so on, but not a dedicated heat research community. I think that is something we can do in the country. Yeah. So that's the message again. We need to look upon these different layers and we need to work upon them. We have the capacity to do that.
So the importance of getting consistent disaggregated information.
Yeah.
And then this idea of a heat research community.
Yeah, definitely.
Incredibly helpful. Joy, can I turn to you? Maybe just go a little.
Turned it off.
No,
There we
it's
go.
on.
Yeah, now it's working. Great. Well, Roxy just stole one of my good practices, but I think I'd like to share with you. From the global level, we have been looking at the effectiveness of heat action plans. Heat action plans are really important instruments, and we've been trying to look at the experience, not only here in India, but around the world where heat action plans have been developed. And I consider these the first generation of plans which have been really effective in, first of all, bringing people together to talk about the issue, to understand who needs to be around the table, who needs to be a part of the decision making, the kind of information that is required, what kind of actions can be taken. They've been really effective in accomplishing that, pointing out to higher levels of government the policy needs that need to be in place to help those plans be effective at local levels. But they've also had a lot of barriers, and we've clearly seen that having a plan is not enough. You have to have an enabling environment and governance structure around those plans to allow the local actors responsible for implementing those plans to actually get the job done. And so we've been learning through this process through our network, and we're going to continue to help find these common opportunities to improve them. And the things that we have seen around the plans, many of which have already been mentioned, is that a lot of them are focused on the seasonal emergency response. They're not effectively getting at that long-term resilience in your structural systems of energy, of land management, of housing. How do you build in that long-term resilience in these plans? That is clearly a good practice that we're not quite there yet. That these plans are multi-hazard, as Roxy has already talked about. Communities are not facing only extreme heat. They're facing heat in the midst of drought with air quality issues, when a storm might be coming, and our communities, our local authorities have to be better prepared to deal with all of these in concert and understand the feedback between those disasters, not only that how vulnerable the communities are, but how it's going to impact the response capabilities to put in place. If the bridge is gone because of a storm, well, we're not going to be able to get across it to serve communities, right? And so that multi-hazard thinking has to come into these heat plans, even though we are focused on a singular environmental hazard. The multi-sectoral aspect is also a really critical good practice, because as we've already heard, if the power goes out, you don't have water. You can't produce energy. You can't run a hospital. The multi-sectoral nature is so fundamental to these plans. And so having that cooperative ownership from the different sectoral authorities, the vertical policies have to be aligned if they're going to be available and work harmoniously together. The aspect also of making sure that there's alignment between what happens at the community level and what a national policy is saying. This is a really hard thing to do, but really critical to get that alignment between national, sub-national policies for, worker protection. If you change a labor regulation at national level, how does that actually translate in the communities? This is really hard, but these are the good practices where it is happening, is being more effective. getting this fit for purpose information is also so critical. You're the one that is mentioning this, that we have to have actionable information. And so that is an extra step that has to be taken. It's not just about a forecast, but what is that forecast going to mean for hospital staffing on that day? We have to get into that higher resolution, practical information, the impact-based warning systems and advisories. And so these are also good practices that where put into place are showing much greater impacts.
Thank you, Joy. A really useful list of good practices. After Amit and Radhika speak, we're going to have a short amount of time for some Q&A. We already have some questions from the audience before we have to close. So if you have other questions, please do raise them. Amit, over to you.
Sure. I think some of the things have already been said, and I'm glad you brought up impact-based early warning. I think that, to me, is really critical because we've been talking about early warning for a long time, but actually really important now to make it targeted or understood by the different user groups. And there's work going on in that space. So that's a best practice I would see. I would want to be, scaled up quite a bit. That's something I will again encourage anybody thinking heat action plan. Think about early warning. Think about impact-based warning for different user groups. I think it's critical. I think long-term thinking has started to come in play. When we talk about extreme heat, you can do stuff today, but what do you do for the future? And a lot of that, architecture schools have been teaching it, but I think it's coming back. I remember learning about, shading buildings, and there's a whole lot of traditional architecture. Anybody in Delhi who knows Jali? Jali is basically just a traditional way of responding to heat. I'm actually now starting to hear again and again from the new generation. It was gone. In the middle, it was all about, BIM and AutoCAD and a very different focus, but now it's coming back. So I'm actually excited. And that again is an opportunity for scaling in the built environment. I would also, organizations like NRDC, like CDRI, which are trying to bring together expertise that already exists. You and I, we launched a community of practice 2 years back. We came out with a guidance note based on existing information on what can be done with the metro systems. So, and I'll just give an example of what that means. Is we are designing our metro systems across our cities. We're designing our bus systems across our cities. But a part of our thinking needs to be that when it is an extremely hot day, how does that rider get on the bus, get off where they need to, and get back home? All of that knowledge actually exists. But can we pull it together in quick communities of practice, put out the information out there, so we're not reinventing the wheel again and again and again. So I think for me, the communities of practice are a fantastic way of getting knowledge, existing knowledge out, practices out. And I want to also say this was you, us, and climate resilience for all. So, and that note is on our website. So similarly, we will come out with a lot more such advisories for different utilities, for different infrastructure providers. How should they look at extreme heat? Third point I'll make, which is we should borrow from things that are already going on. There's been a lot of focus on building energy efficiency. There's been a lot of focus on demand management for water. Those are the same conversations that are part of the heat discussion. So we shouldn't reinvent it, we actually need to borrow from that.
So last point, so true. So many of the issues that respond to extreme heat are long-standing challenges that we've been trying to confront. And the other piece I just want to mention is the role that you play or your organization plays. Radhika's slides showed how different, this issue is not unique to India by any means, and how we share and replicate lessons of what works and what doesn't across countries is a big part of what we need to lead into in the coming years. Right.
I'll make 3 points and drawing from both Joy and Amit. So one is just drawing from Joy's on awareness. I think it's really important for us to think about how we communicate, the impact of heat and what one does about it, not just during the acute phase, but actually throughout the year. So what is the kind of preparedness that we put in place in the system to be able to respond throughout the year before the acute period hits, during the acute period, and then after? And that continuous level of communication that varies according to which phase you're in is really important. So that's one. The second is just on the role of infrastructure, and I really can't say this enough, but infrastructure is one of our most powerful levers of change, right? It really, it shapes the solution space. This, you know, this beautiful room we're in, I could be really environmentally conscious and say, actually, it's not so hot outside. I would just like to turn on a fan. But you know what? I can't do that because the infrastructure has shaped my ability to be able to choose my solution, right? And so using infrastructure as a lever of change to be able to put in place and lock in passive cooling strategies, particularly in a context like the one we're in right now, where we're developing so much. You know, it is an equivalent of Chicago a year. There is that chance to lock in all kinds of passive cooling strategies, whether it's Jalis, whether it's courtyards. I mean, there are amazing examples from different states in India, from different parts of the world, from the south of Europe, but using infrastructure as a lever of change is really, really important. And then the third one is, it's a little bit more unusual, but I find it very useful because what we're seeing is that in many sort of, in Western contexts, when we look at cities, and cities is where infrastructure and people come together, they're concentrations of heat, you have the urban heat island effects. We often use the weather station that sits at the airport, which is so far away from where people live and so far away from what the microclimate is where vulnerability resides anyway. That's where, that's what we use as our scientific basis to make, to get data from. But actually there's this rise in citizen weather stations, which are weather stations you can just, put on your home, and then you take them and you can upload that data onto these big global data sets. It's very easy to do. And then use that data. So what we're doing is we're using that data to give local urban heat island effects and impacts and vulnerability assessments to cities. And that is really interesting. And what's nice is you see this rise in urban weather stations. It's sort of become a thing that people want to do more and more. We hardly see any in India, so it'll be a really nice thing for us to be able to do more. We always see the peak around Christmas, so it's also a gift that people give each other. So I just think it's one of those things we've not caught on to yet, but it can be incredibly useful in terms of getting accurate, detailed data to help then make these assessments.
Very much appreciate that round of, getting specific. What are we talking about in terms of good practices that we have or good practices that we need, and how we think a little bit about this fundamental question of scale. I'm going to take, we have more questions than time, but I'm going to read out 3 or 4, and then I'm going to look to the panel to see which ones you may want to very briefly respond to. So the first one, I'll read it. I don't know if anyone wants, if we could put the questions on the screen so people can see them. But first question from the audience: cooling is still a privilege in India while heat threatens the most vulnerable. How do we think about making access to cooling a right? How do we make it more accessible, not a luxury? A little bit more, a question a little bit more on some of the data. How many people have access to any form of cooling technology? We heard a little bit about ACs, but less so about coolers and ceiling fans. If any of you have data on that, that would be great. Another data question is the accessibility of the data. How do we get scientific level data in a format that is usable by the government? And then a question a little bit about, we've been talking about 1.5 to 2 degrees, but the reality is the world is on a trajectory at the moment at 3.2 degrees, if not more. How do we think about heat and cooling in that scenario? So, Roxy.
I can start about the data while,
yep. And we're going to keep these
3 think about the cooling.
Yeah. And if we could do 30-second kind of responses, super.
30 second, yeah.
That'd
First.
be great.
Yeah. So I think I will reframe that question. The question was, how do you get the scientific level data in a consumable format to the government? I would say format to the public actually, because most of the data is actually with the government. And I would say publicly funded data should be in the public domain under FAIR principles, F-A-I-R, free, accessible, interoperable, and R for, what's that? Reproducible. Yeah. So, but we don't see that happening, yeah? And we need to push the government for that. In fact, the government in 2022 brought out a data policy that all publicly funded projects should be providing this data to a central data server and so on, but it has not been worked out yet, yeah? That is one thing. And just to add on what Radhika said a bit ago, there is one beautiful way of collecting this data, especially in remote areas, that is through citizen science networks. I have been working with schools, educational institutions, and so on. And I see school kids in an assembly in the morning say, okay, in the last 24 hours, this was the maximum temperature, minimum temperature. So you can frame your working hours, school hours according to that. Yeah, beautiful.
Thank you, Roxy.
If I can
Joy.
quickly just add 2 more points to that, because I was going to make the same ones around citizen science and open access. But the importance of aggregation. There's a lot of data out there, but we're not actually capturing and aggregating it. And these aggregating mechanisms are really, really important. And then the role of research and universities in tailoring the information to make it more decision specific is really important.
Thank you.
I think I'll take the last one, which is, I won't talk about the 4 degrees, but all of us are already paying for it. Because if you think about how heat is affecting, it is affecting your worker who comes to your house. They may fall sick more. And if you're living in Delhi, you probably saw that last summer already. You're talking about infrastructure. One of the things that we are looking at is how disruptions to services, because of, could be heat, could be flood, could be other issues. How many times is that happening? And how do you reduce that over time, right? So I think when we talk about loss in economy, we need to start linking it to your own personal loss that you may already be suffering. At the same time, because I work in the infrastructure sector, how is infrastructure getting disrupted? Whether it's 1 degree, 2 degrees, how do you minimize that disruption so that you're actually not losing the disruption days are reduced? That's what we talk about resilience. When we say resilience, we try to reduce disruptions to the services that are getting impacted because of whether 1 degree is whatever it is. So that's then translates into invest in improving your infrastructure, make those marginal improvements, and if you do that and you reduce your disruption, that becomes a resilience dividend over time. Your cost-benefit analysis should actually take into account what are the disruptions over time because of all these hazards that you're not factoring in today. And if you can start to factor them in, and there are methodologies now this is another conversation, but it's actually heading towards resilience dividend. Why do you need to invest in these things today to gain long-term, reduced disruption of services?
Thank you, Amit.
I'll be very quick. So just on that question about fans and coolers, when we looked at some data for Delhi for a few thousand households, and what we found was that, fans are pretty ubiquitous. Yeah, they're sort of across most urban areas. It's one of the first technologies or appliances that homes buy. It's the AC cooler relationship is more interesting. What we see is that, initially homes at lower income levels buy coolers, but as income levels rise, you switch to an air conditioner. And actually what's happening is that you're seeing a decline. It's almost like these 2 curves cross each other, where you see a decline in the cooler use as you get to about sort of, the 50th income decile, and then the cooler use, the AC use just rises up. So we're kind of almost replacing one technology with another, and and the risk of that is very high because we are urbanizing, income levels are rising very quickly, and so we might even just phase out the cooler, which is not something we want.
Okay, so we're going to final round, 1 sentence each. Last message for the audience. Amit. Oh, just with the mic.
Solution 1.0 to 5.0.
Focusing on these win-win solutions. We have solutions.
Put on many messages, but one message would be we can frame all these actions in a future-oriented way. We should not make solutions just based on our past, what happened with respect to heat waves. We should be future-oriented, and we have the capacity to do that.
And I would say, solutions are not just technological. They're social, they're cultural, they're institutional, and it's really important to draw on that array of what is in front of us.
Please join me, a really warm round of applause for Radhika, Roxy, Joy, and Amit. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I want to thank Joy because she has sat through that jet lag. She just arrived today morning and still answered all your questions. Thank you, Joy.
Thank you so very much to our distinguished panelists and our moderator for having such an engaging panel discussion. I would request all of you to please stand for a photo opportunity. Let's capture this moment so that we can cherish forever. Quite an insightful discussion. And now, thank you everybody. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a 25-minute tea break. Well, I will encourage you all to utilize this time to network, to reflect on the discussions and enjoy some refreshments at the same time. Well, the tea is served at level 1, which is down, level 1. Please make sure to return to your seats by 4:25 and 4:45, I believe, my bad, by 4:45, that was too quick. And you will also hear a bell at the 25-minute mark signaling the start of the next session. So make sure that you track the bell and get back to your seats by 4:45. Thank you. Enjoy your tea break. And yes, you can enjoy your coffee break as well. To give your inputs on it. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next session, Governance for Heat and Cooling. This discussion will highlight the importance of cross-sectoral partnerships between government departments and key stakeholders to drive sustainable action. We will also explore the pivotal role of local governments in implementing heat and cooling measures and how they can be empowered with resources, technical support, and policy guidance. It's time that I invite forward on stage Mr. Abhyant Tiwari, Lead Health and Climate Resilience, NRDC India, to set the stage for this session. His interest includes environmental, climate, and disaster risk to public health, and he works to advance evidence-based adaptation and mitigation policies and actions in these areas. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Abhyant Tiwari.
Thank you so much, Anisha. And cool. Thank you. Thanks, Anurag. There is very less left now to say after listening so many experts and eminent speakers in the first half of the event. And we are kind of getting closer to the end of the day one of this very important event. Has been highlighted by all the speakers in the earlier panels why the subject is so important, particularly in India, and it comes from the the apex authority of our country. Our Honorable Prime Minister every year takes cognizance of the importance of issue and addresses the states to take the necessary actions to address and protect particularly the vulnerable communities. And not just from India. I mean, we recently had a global call for action on extreme heat from the United Nations Secretary General that many of us sitting here, many organizations sitting here also contributed, including the Global Heat Health Information Network. So we are talking about the governance here. You might have seen many of us governing the event today, running around, including me. So we are talking about governing the heat and cooling and strengthening the national and sub-national action plans. Well, we'll definitely listen more from the experts in the panel about how the national and sub-national policies and actions look like, how different sectoral approaches look like, who are the key sectors which are important in governing the extreme heat risk and providing the sustainable cooling solutions. So that we definitely are going to listen from the eminent panel, so I'll not take much of your time. But in last, or perhaps the first session, somebody talked about data, numbers. Samir was talking about numbers. You know, number can be numb. So while we should not too much be driven by the numbers, you know, it could be sometimes disinformative and misinformative, or sometimes over-informative. But we should at least have some common understanding that who are vulnerable to heat and how can we protect them. And that's what providing a heat resilient cooling, sustainable cooling solutions mean about. I was also looking at, since this session is about governance, what does governance mean? You know, how do we define governance? So I thought, since disaster, I mean, heat has been seen as a disaster, although it should not be. I'm reiterating it again and again that heat is not a disaster issue, it's a development issue. But when I went and looked at the definition of risk governance or disaster risk governance, that's what I found on UNDRR's prevention web page, that it is a system of institutions. A lot of institutions are sitting here. Mechanisms. Radhika very well mentioned that solutions just not need to be technological. They also have to be social, they also have to be cultural and others. So what are the mechanisms through which we are going to govern? What are the policies? What are the legal frameworks? Yesterday only or today itself, I think I read a news article saying that heat waves are just, advisories. Heat action plans are just advisories, but are not very well governed. So are there enough policy, backups, legal frameworks that can support the actions on the ground? We might listen it from the eminent speakers in this session as well, and other arrangements to guide, coordinate, and oversee disaster risk reduction and related areas of policy. So that's in nutshell. We'll talk about not just national, subnational, but also international perspectives in our panel that is coming up. And with this, I thank you all again for being so engaged and so patient and so such a beautiful audience and committed audience to the subject. And I hand it over to you, Anisha. Thank you.
Well, thank you so very much. That was quite an insightful exchange. Now let's refocus our attention on the stage as I welcome our esteemed panelists for a discussion on how local governments can be empowered with resources, technical support, and policy guidance need for cross-sectoral partnerships among various government departments. First and foremost, join me in welcoming and giving him a round of applause, Mr. Saurav Kumar, Vice President, India, Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, who happens to be our moderator also. He has a distinguished career in energy policy and efficiency. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ashley Ward, Director, Heat Policy Innovation Hub, Nicholas Institute for Energy, Environment and Sustainability, Duke University. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And welcome to India. Next, ladies and gentlemen, excuse me if I go wrong with the pronunciation because it's like 3-4 Indian names together. Sandra Aqua Akpene Adayemi Freitas. Is it right? Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you. CEO Sustainable Solutions for Africa. She is a prominent environmental advocate whose work has significantly impacted both her country and the African continent. A very warm welcome. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Akash Srivastava, Additional Director, National Program on Climate Change and Human Health, National Center of Disease Control, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. A warm welcome to you, sir. Next, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gaya Prasad, Deputy Director General, Rural Housing, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Someone who has done Masters of Science in Statistics. We're going to have the right kind of statistics today. A very warm welcome, sir. Up next, Dr. Sujata Sonik, Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, TBC. This Sujata Sonik is an Indian Administrative Service Officer, 1987 batch, at the rank of Principal Secretary to the Government of Maharashtra and former 2017-2018 Takemi Fellow in Global Health and Population at Howard T.H. Shan School of Public Health, Howard University. I believe she's joining us online. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. Aditya Valyathan Pillai, Visiting Fellow, Adaptation and Resilience, Sustainable Futures Collaborative. A very warm welcome, sir. He's a member of the Technical Advisory Group on Heat Wave Mitigation to the National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India, and an associate at the Lakshmi Mittal South Asia Institute at Howard University. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Tejas Shah, Nodal Officer for Ahmedabad's Heat Action Plan, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. A very, very warm welcome to you. He outlined measures in 2015 to be taken by the AMC and other stakeholders to protect residents from extreme heat. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming all of them with a thunderous round of applause. And with that, before we start and I hand over the stage to our moderator, once again, a reminder to my audience that if you have any questions for our panelists, make sure you scan the QR code which is there on your badge. It's time that I hand over the stage to Saurav Kumar, Vice President India for Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet for this panel discussion to take this forward. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much. And let me first thank NRDC, particularly Dr. Deepa Bagai for inviting me here. Let me also confess I'm no expert on heat, but I'm privileged to have a very distinguished panel who have done a lot of work internationally, in India and also nationally. And I think the kind of subject that we have is a very relevant, given that we already see very high temperatures practically all around the country. We know there have been Indian National Cooling Action Plan, there have been heat plans across the country. But the key issue that we probably learn today from this very eminent panel is as to how do we make sure that we implement those plans effectively? Because these plans need implementation not just by one ministry, department, agency, but it's a coordination that needs to be done. How do you create a body that coordinates between various stakeholders? How do you enhance capacity? Particularly, we have the Chief Secretary of Maharashtra here. And I'll be very keen to understand what kind of resources are needed at the state level, because that's where the action really happens. Also, we learn from what are the best practices in governance, in policies, in implementation around the world. While we reflect on the governance part, let me also remind people sitting here of something that I read a few years ago while I was still with the government, and it's a study published by the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. and it actually is a scary study for someone like me. They said that this was a study in 2019 and 20. The air conditioner population in India, the ownership in India was less than 8%. And they predicted that if we go up to 30% by 2030, which I think we are on course, given last year we sold more than 10 million air conditioners in India, the incremental peak demand in 2030 just for cooling is 150 gigawatts. Now that is a massive, massive amount. And just to give you a context, today we stand at about 440 gigawatts. We are already talking about 1/3 of demand between now and 2030. So without wasting any further time, let me first invite my first panelist, Ashley Ward, who is the Director, Heat Policy Innovation Hub in the Nikola Institute for Energy, Environment and Sustainability, Duke University. What I'll do in the first round is that I'll request each panelist to share a couple of minutes of their thoughts on this subject. And then in the next round, what we'll do is that we'll go more deeper into conversations as to on the subject. So Ashley, over to you.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I really appreciate it. You know, I want to build off of the conversation, you know, we heard in the last panel too, and a lot of that was around multi-sector engagement. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that, say a few things about the public sector role, and then about communities just really quickly. You know, engaging with the multi-sector engagement is very important for all kinds of reasons, right? And some of it we've already talked about. You know, the private sector is in a position to innovate. Certainly public scientists and public agencies do so too, but when we think about the demand that you just described, right, we are going to be thinking about how can we partner with the private sector to help innovate those solutions that are also affordable. But also to point out that many of our workers that are exposed to heat and vulnerable to heat are actually working for private sector industry. And so helping the private sector be part of this discussion and thinking about how they can protect, not necessarily from a regulatory perspective from the public sector, but also because they want to from the private sector as well. And the private sector is really just now starting to appreciate the impact that heat is having. The World Economic Forum put out a report in December that showed that of all climate risks combined, over the next 10 years, 72% of fixed asset losses will come from extreme heat alone. That's an incredible number. And you know, this is starting to really become a priority for for those in industry who are thinking about this. So it's an opportunity, right, to engage this sector in an important new way. And they own a lot of the capital that are going to be needed to finance some of these solutions. So bringing them to the table is very important. And we can think about governance like we think about investment, right? Diversity in our approaches is also a form of resilience. So the final point I'd like to make to this is that, you know, there are changes in governments and government priorities. And as that you all are well aware that we're undergoing that right now in the US, right? A very big shift and change in the role of federal government. There's also changes that happen in philanthropy, you know, every few years where they're rethinking about their strategies. When these things shift, they leave communities, the most communities, vulnerable then because the resources they depended upon are no longer there. So when we talk about good governance, engaging with the private sector is smart governance. And so I'd like to just kind of think about, when we think about, okay, well, how do we think about this across the public sector, right? And a lot of that has to do with evaluating some of the processes and procedures that are in place in our own agencies that make it difficult to implement the governance strategies we put in place. For example, we know that shifted work schedules protect workers, but there are many local ordinances that are noise ordinances that prevent us from being able, industry, from being able to shift their workers to work early in the morning or late at night. So one thing is those in the public agency need to think about is, how do we review our policies and procedures that are currently in place and make sure that they are actually in line with the goals of our governance strategies? And then finally, on the community side, and we've talked a lot already about public perception and misperception of heat. I come from a region in the US that's hot and has been hot all the time. And one of the biggest things people talk about is, oh, it's fine, we're used to this, and we're not. But that kind of misperception actually leads to a lack of urgency among our policymakers. And so how do we think about changing that public perception of risk and helping our policymakers also understand this? A lot of this has to do with the fact that communities are facing more pressing issues. When we go out into communities, they're thinking about how they're going to feed their families, or how they're going to pay their rent, or where they're going to live. And so it's hard to get them engaged on this topic of extreme heat. And I think that's actually the opportunity. This is the evidence that we should be providing. I'm not sure that more science around what the projections are going to be are going to move that needle. And so this is why, I think it's really important that we bring communities to the table, because we get a better understanding of how we can communicate with them in ways that are practical and meaningful to them. I want to just tell a quick story, and I'll finish up about, I worked in the tobacco, when I worked in public health, and tobacco was a really big issue in our region. And even with all the evidence of how harmful tobacco was with, lung cancer and the cost that it gave to our healthcare systems and everything else, when you went to the communities and you talked to them about tobacco and the government no longer subsidizing tobacco, the first thing they would say is, tobacco built this town. And so one of the things that I have learned is, as much as I would hate, I come from a public health background, I would love for this to be the case, but health often is not the driving incentive for change. So I think that's a really important point, especially those of us who work in public health, to remember that though it is our priority, it often is not the item that drives change. And so I had a person that worked in a local government say to me one time, and I've never forgotten this phrase, never bring science and data to a fight over incentives. And that has been such a clever thing, and I have taken that into all of my work, and I really think that's something for us to think about, is making sure that we're aligning our incentives with the people that are at the table with us.
Thank you, Ashley. I think very important points that this is a multi-sectoral engagement. We need resources which are not just present but also stable, and they are rid of any policy changes that we see globally, and also appreciation from the policymakers that this is something that is. So what I'll do next is I'll go very quickly to Aditya to give his global perspective, and then I'll bring in the Chief Secretary of Maharashtra. So Aditya.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I love that quote. Never bring science to a gunfight over incentives. I want to build on that a little bit and talk about incentives for long-term action. That came up a couple of times in the earlier session. Folks talked about how there's a little bit of reactive short-term stuff going on within the system, but there isn't enough focus on the long-term and what protects people from future heat, because heat's going to get much, much worse. So you need to put in place actions that help us protect vulnerable communities in the future. The problem is a lot of the solutions that can help create future resilience take years to mature. So you kind of have to be doing them now for it to mature in the future, right? So what we did is, and I'm just going to give you snippets of what's going on in the Indian system at the moment. We conducted the first systematic multi-city analysis of the implementation of heat actions at the ground level. So we talked to city officials, district officials, state governments, and tried to understand what was going on, what the distribution of heat actions looked like on the ground, right? So this is purely self-reported information. We picked the cities that have some of the highest heat vulnerability in the future in a 1.5 degree world, with a baseline of a 1.2 degree world, based on exceedance of very dangerous heat index days, right? So that's, if the number of 90th percentile heat index days were exceeded by 17.5 to 20% in a 1.5 degree world, so this is relative change in the hazard. We went to those cities. If they were over 1 million in population. And we ask them, what are you doing about heat, and then what are you doing about long term? This is the distribution of solutions we got. On the left, it's short-term actions, and so it's pretty heavily skewed towards the short term, right? More than 50% of the actions are short term. This is a qualified success because we weren't able to go and check whether each of these was being implemented correctly. But it's been 12 years since the first heat action plan, and it looks like the mainstreaming of short-term emergency response measures has seeped to the bottom level across all the cities and states we went to, right? How effective it is, we don't know, but at least the narrative has seeped in. The second bit is the long term, and here we found something we didn't expect, which is there are long-term measures, but the box we really care about is the top right, long-term intentional. That is, these are actions being implemented intentionally to deal with heat and have long-term effects, right? And you'll see things, the health system is overrepresented in that area. So staff trainings for health, death surveillance, basically monitoring deaths. These are systems that are being set up now specifically with heat in mind. There are also others such as setting up local automatic weather stations, training for implementers and so on. And towards the right-hand side, you'll see that they become less frequent. The light blue at the bottom right is where we could get the most gains very quickly. So these are actions with long-term effects, but being implemented without heat in mind. So trees are being planted for a variety of centrally sponsored schemes and so on, but they don't have heat in their core logic. So they're being planted in places that don't perfectly make sense. It's what Mr. Amit Proti was saying this morning, right? The trees, it's very hard to plant the trees in the places that actually need it the most because it's politically very difficult, because it's very dense, because it's concretized. So the trees are being planted, it's just being planted in places that are easy to plant them, right? Same for open spaces, same for rainwater harvesting, rooftop solar, all of these things that could have heat resilience benefits, we're not getting the sort of targeting efficiency we need, right? And I'm just going to very quickly run through, next slide. This is the financing landscape. This really surprised us. 69% of implementers reported adequate financing because they weren't implementing long-term actions. So the things that are being implemented right now are really cheap. And then you'll see 21% say some financing but inadequate, and 10% say no funding. We assume those are the people that are actually trying to push the boundaries and do the long-term financing. So long-term financing will require a lot more. Long-term actions will require more financing in the future. They're pooling money at the localized level from a variety of sources. So from departmental budgets, of course, but also state government funding, central government funding, Amrit, Jal Jeevan, Smart City, NPC, CHH. Now, all of these came up in the opening session when the minister talked about some of them, and others also talked about these things. Private finance, corporate social responsibility is driving tree planting, but it's not heat aligned at the moment. So there are all these like tiny things that we can actually tweak and fix to make things work. And incentives. What is driving heat action? So we asked about channels of pressure that implementers face. The pressure is always on relieving short-term suffering. It's on water scarcity, it's about changing labor hours. So the pressures accruing to implementers push in short-termist direction. There's very little pressure for long-term resilience. So the long-term resilience has to operate in the ether in a way because it's not getting direct political push from people. Heat deaths seem to be driving a driving force of action, but other than that, there's very little promoting long-term, so it'll have to be a technocratic response. And then I think I'll just end with this one sort of overview. This is across all our implementers in different sectors. This is the range of issues they reported. So this is basically the entire list of things that we need to solve. Just focus on the top line there. All responses. The single largest issue that surfaced from all departments in 9 states was coordination failures The second was competing priorities. There's short staff. There are other things. There are 100 different things to do. You're not talking to me about heat, which is some emerging sci-fi agenda. What is this? And I think a lot of the people here who actually work with local governments, NRDC, CEW, etc., will understand this sort of instinct, right? There's not enough time. The percentage of people who actually said they did not see heat as a problem was much less than I personally expected, right? It was about 14%. And then there's the usual, staff crunch, weak technical capacity, and inadequate finance, all coming at about 11%. So I'll just stop there for an overview of what heat implementation looks like at the moment.
Thanks, Aditya. Two things that stand out is the fact that there is more reactive planning rather than a proactive planning, short term versus long term. And I think it's the right time to really slip into requesting the Chief Secretary, Dr. Sujata Swanik, on the fact that the states do have issues with regard to institutional capacity. Ma'am, your opening remarks, please.
Yes, good afternoon. I hope, good evening. I hope everyone is able to hear me. I could not come in person, although I have interest in attending such conferences. It's a great idea to listen to each other's perspectives and also share what we seem to try and do as part of the government. So thank you so much, NRDC, for inviting me to be here. And a little bit about my own self and my work in heat. So it's been almost now a decade that I have been working on heat, and it started when I was posted as the Public Health Secretary of Maharashtra. I realized that almost 15 districts in the state suffered from extreme heat during the summer season, and then the cases were coming to our public health facilities, and there was no standardized SOP or system to treat, and usually any mortality thereof was never listed as that. It was always shown as a comorbidity fatality. And in those days, I also happened to attend NRDC-led a conference in Gandhinagar with IIPH Gandhinagar, in which there was this push for getting the Ahmedabad Heat Action Plan ready. And for me, it was an eye-opener. I came back and I did the Heat Action Plan for 7 districts in Maharashtra, the first one being in Nagpur in 2015-16. So NRDC has actually been a part of this journey, so that's why I would hardly have missed being part of today's panel. Moving forward, as to what is it that governments and typically state governments do, let me also tell you that this year, in this summer, in February, we've seen the first ever extreme heat already in Mumbai. Temperature soared up to 40 degrees, and this lasted for a couple of days. And it was very sudden, the change in the weather. And what it shows is that even at night, the temperatures hover around 30 degrees. So there's no respite in the evening. So in this background, what I would like to share with you is what is it that the state government is doing. So we have all the necessary heat action plans in place for the cities of Mumbai and Pune, as well as in Thane being now almost the extended part of the greater suburban Mumbai. So Thane also has a very detailed heat action plan. And then, as I mentioned earlier, Nagpur was the first heat action plan we made way back in 2015-16, and it continues to be operational. So although we commit ourselves to an agenda of ensuring that we meet the targets that are set for us by Government of India, and we consult with the NDMA from time to time, what has been my own understanding and experience working in this is that, come summer and we start talking about heat action plans and what is happening on the ground, and the moment the first rainfall happens, all of those things disappear into the background to come forward again in the next summer. So although we have things like these heat action plans, they are not really tailored to the requirements of a local level. Now we have large metropolis areas in Maharashtra. It's rapidly urbanizing state, and although we have these plans, they do not address the needs at the local level. So what do I mean by that? So if you look at a ward, it doesn't necessarily put forward a list of activities that can be taken up by the city or municipal administration much in advance of the heat actually happening. So the work has to start at least 6 months prior, which is at the end of the monsoon season, the prior year. But what happens typically is that for a few months, there is some sort of a slowdown and not enough attention is paid to what can happen or what needs to happen in. And then on the other hand, you find that technical institutes continue to do their exercises, they are gathering information, they are doing some pilot projects, they are working in the slum and other not very legal kind of areas, and they are trying to get some information on what the heat impact is on both livelihood and on health. So looking at this, the first thing that comes to my mind is by now, India, in fact, and in also all the states where we do have high heat in summer, should have already developed a very strong and robust system of dealing with it. We should have already a center for excellence. We should have had gathered a lot of data and studied it to come out with both short, medium, and long-term solutions, and not not be looking at a plan and then working towards it. So while consultants lend a lot of value in bringing forward the best global practices from across the world, what needs to happen is the key actors at the local level need to be involved, because they are the ones who know what goes on at what time and how they can probably do with a little bit of support and change. So real-time data collection and monitoring and analysis of this data can really help us. With the advent of new technologies, we must really look at how we can gather those data. So when I was working, for example, in 3 cities in the last 6 months, we found that there were many data gaps. So the plans are typically very broad-based. They do not address the finer nuances of a particular area, and therefore the capacity at the local level to also interpret what's happening is also very low. So that needs to change moving forward. So I would say that integrating ward and regional plans with the development plans and ensuring that there is better data collection needs to happen. We need to have a better multi-layered approach for combining infrastructure, climate, and resilience strategies, which is very essential in my view. Most of the time we are reactive, we're not really responsive, and that needs to change. And of course, technology can be harnessed to look at the data of the last 2-3 years and see the trends and see where the worst impacts had come during the last summer or the last 3 summers, and then prepare for it well in advance, and ensuring that the most vulnerable are the ones we are prioritizing for giving support. Indeed, it is done, but I am saying that it needs to be done in a better, more organized, and a sort of more coordinated way. So therefore, I feel that both the NDMA and the SDMA in the different states need to be more thorough in what is it that they can do in the run-up to any summer season, and ensure that heat waves are treated not as just a one-off situation and we just wait for the media to tell us that we are in the middle of the next one, but they are to be treated as recurring disasters, which has an impact both on your economy as well as on your public health system. And they need to be institutionalized in such a way, the fact that it's a recurring disaster, there should be some SOPs in place which can take care of an occurrence when it actually happens in real time, and not really wait to receive instructions from usually the state government to be able to deal with it better. So to conclude, a stronger data, a clear accountability, a better understanding of what has happened in the past, what is it, which particular area needs more attention in comparison to others, and what are the best practices that some of the local officials rolled out which have given results is what it should take to fix a heat wave in the short term as well as in the medium term. I'll stop here because I'm mindful of the fact that this is a big panel and there are many people, many more panelists waiting to speak. Thank you so much once again for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Back to you,
Dr. Swanik. I think very clear words. We need data, we need enhanced capacity, we need a proactive planning, we need best practices as to what worked well in India in a particular city and so on. So let me now turn my attention to a different continent, and Sandra, let me bring you in for your opening remarks.
Thanks very much. I would like to frame my opening remark around the need for climate change to remain top priority in the global agenda, international agenda. It's very important that commitment for climate change
and strengthening governance remain a top priority despite the geopolitical dynamics we are seeing. It's my very first time to be in a meeting on heat and sustainable cooling. And I was asking myself, why? How is it like? It's my first time to be in a meeting like that and have to travel all the way to India to be able to participate in a meeting. And of course, I'm impressed to see a decade of leadership around the topic, such an important topic. In the previous sessions, we heard that demand for coolings are coming from many countries, top 10 of them coming from Africa. Yet, most of our climate change framework, while recognizing that temperature rising and heat, it's a severe stressor, are yet to take specific actions on these topics. Very few countries are addressing the topics. So instead of losing momentum, we need strong leadership, even from individual countries, on specific topics. Strengthening the overall governance, but also strengthening governance around specific topics like this. What is happening here must inform policies in Africa. It's so needed, it's so important, and we will, back home, back in the continent, raise more the awareness around this topic. Just to say, it's so important that all countries keep climate change as a top priority and issue related to heat and sustainable cooling as one of the priorities.
Thank you, Sandra. I think, yes, absolutely. I think you couldn't say this better. Climate change has to be the top priority, and it will. Let me turn to Mr. Akash Srivastava for your opening remarks, please.
So, my area is health, and in context of heat and health, frankly speaking, for the health sector, it's one of the new domains that the health sector has to be addressing in the last couple of years. Broadly, people from medical sector are been used to addressing infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, but such environmental concerns have usually not been the sphere in which so much the medical professionals have been involved largely in this country for a long time. And when looking at the work that the gentleman showed about how different sectors have responded to the question, including even health sector professionals, a lot of them saying do not consider heat as a problem. It's quite possible it's not what they understand on their routine work, but nevertheless, based on the statistics that we've heard since morning and elsewhere, we're talking about heat and talking about climate change. Health sector, the health is probably one of the areas in which we're going to have the most of the impact. But when I say health, I also want to say the words that the health sector is itself a very weak sector. It's usually, it finds very difficult to address the existing health burden in the countries. Countries like India has a public health sector that responds to the large base of population across India, a lot of its rural population. In that context, it becomes very difficult for seeking the health sector to address this problem on its own when you have a new problem as coming up. We had in the previous panel speakers talking about how important in health is infrastructure, and that infrastructure also applies to health infrastructure. The health infrastructure really requires a lot of investment as such, And when you speak of climate change and you speak of heat, and then you need all those changes to be done to ensure that your health infrastructure is resilient to those impacts, it means huge investment. And for that, we need resources, we need support of all sectors who work in these areas, those who work in renewable energy, those who work in water, those who work in rural development, those who work in fire, all of those sectors to come forward and also pay attention to what's the situation with the health sector, because health sector is where you need to pay attention. Time will come when you would not have succeeded much in stopping the heat from coming, and a lot of your sick people, a lot of your old people will eventually end up in these hospitals, in these healthcare institutions. And if you do not invest in these healthcare institutions and you leave the existing health sector to handle on its own for that partner, that would be unfair. You need to also prepare that while you are investing elsewhere, you also need to ensure that your health institutions are prepared to bear the brunt of what's coming forth for it. We're working in a national program on climate change and human health in the last 5 years in this country, working towards this issue. And even though we've been doing a lot of work, but we still think that while we in the health sector spend a lot of investment in strengthening our sectors, other sectors, and people who work in the area of climate change and the area of heat do not dedicate equal amount of investment of their time and resources to the health infrastructure, to the health building of capacities of the health institutions and health workforce. And with that, I'll give my opening remarks.
Thank you. I think you emphasized the importance of the institutional framework both at the state, city level. And with this, let me turn to Sri Gaya Prasad from the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Your opening remarks, please.
Thank you, sir. Now, because since inaugural session, we were discussing on the heat and its related issues. Actually, I am in the ministry and looking after the rural housing scheme in the country. I would like to just highlight what is the basic feature of our scheme, because we are actually involved in the construction of houses in India, in rural India. And we in the last 7-8 years, when this government came in power, it was decided that let us have some focused method of going for the construction of rural houses in the country. And in the last 7-8 years, we have constructed more than 35 million houses in rural India. One thing, because why we have realized what are the initiatives to be taken. I would like to quote Radhika Khoshla, Professor Radhika Khoshla, because we have taken so many initiatives under our scheme to go for implementation of the scheme and use the technology in a big way. That is the main achievement of the scheme, that is called rural housing. But now, the important other aspects of the rural housing, whether the house is actually meeting the quality aspect, different quality aspects of the housing, or whether we are actually addressing the heat issues in implementation of, just I would like to come here, because I want to see my slides. I will try to complete 7-8 minutes only, but if I exceed 1 more minute, so I request the chair to please allow me.
If you can be slightly briefer than 7-8 minutes, it will be nice, because if you can complete this in about 4 minutes, it will be nice.
Yeah. So actually, I would like to just apprise the August gathering here, just for the information, because this government, the government of India, we have constructed good number of houses in the last 8-9 years. If you see the right side, around 35-37 million houses that we allocated to the country. So far, we have constructed more than 27 million houses in the last year, and we include the other houses. So, and the government is, and also we are going to construct 20 million more houses in next 5 years. So this is the, and if you see, we are investing huge money in construction of the houses. That we are targeting 20 million more houses. If you see, more than $35.42 billion this government is investing in construction of the houses. We are providing the cost, this financial assistance to the beneficiaries, because in rural houses the challenges is, one way it is strength of the scheme, the other way it's a challenges also, because here the beneficiaries are constructing the houses. We don't have any contractor or any agency for construction of the houses and we are providing financial assistance to the beneficiaries directly into the account of the beneficiary, and it is linked to the stage of construction of the houses. In this way, the beneficiaries are constructing the houses. And one issue, because we have realized our role is not to only go for construction of the houses. The house has become the platform to converge with many schemes. We are ensuring that the beneficiary should get the benefit of solar gas connection, then also solar rooftop, also converge with the Jal Jeevan Mission to get the water connection and other basic amenities, so that a house will become in a Pakka house in true sense with all basic amenities. I think this is not working. So technology in the government of India, we have many schemes implementing in the country, and PMAYG is the one scheme who is the number one if you see this use of the IT solutions. But here IT is not the solution for addressing the heat issues in this. So one way, because our role is to orient the beneficiaries, whether we have once when this scheme was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in 2016, at that time we prepared the house design typology for the beneficiary, keeping in view the cultural consideration, locally available materials, and also the other aspects of that region. And Central Building Research Institute, IIT Delhi, and other institutes, UNDP, they assisted us in finalizing the design of the scheme. Now we have moved to, because we have our everything technology-based platform, so we are ensuring that the beneficiary has to select the design, even at the time of the sanctioning of the houses to them. So the 3D designs are also made available to the beneficiaries for construction of the houses. So one issue is this is now the point. So far we have highlighted, I have presented what are the salient features, how we are ensuring, but now the challenge is that whether the climate challenges, what are the impact of this, and how the PMAYG is going to actually, what are the challenges in implementation of this scheme. So our point is that is why we approached you when this another 20 million houses announced. Then we had the detailed discussion in September 2024 with the World Bank team and other institutes to let us go for some innovative thinking and solutions. What are the solutions that are available to actually going to address the heat aspect of the house? There are some active measures, there are some passive measures also to address this issue. So in this way, we have discussed since beginning. I have already mentioned that we had the house design typology, we have other aspects also, but the problem is how we are, because the number, if you see 20 million houses, and we have all these details, panchayat wise, village wise, that who is the beneficiary, whether the house is pakka, what are the other aspects. So in this way, but the challenges is that how this aspects is actually going to ensure whether these houses are actually meeting the basic features of the to address the heat challenges also. So that's all from my side. I would like to lastly request the August gathering here to give us solution, give us the ideas, give us the ways how to address this aspect in implementation of the PMAYG, and this government is actually committed to go for construction of good houses with meeting the all required measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. Thank you for keeping it. Let me turn to my last, but certainly not the least, Dr. Shah, who is the nodal officer for Ahmedabad Action Plan. Your remarks, please.
So we are implementing heat action plan since last 12 years, and I will not take long time, but when we have started this heat action plan, I don't remember that any of the citizens were getting any kind of alerts across the city, red alert, orange alert, or yellow alert. We were the first ones who had started all this. So, frankly speaking, it is very difficult to convince all the multi-sectoral involvement is very important, and political commitment is very important. But looking at this forum and all the panelists, so our efforts are very minimal, I can say. We are implementing heat action plans in some of the cities, and we are happy that we have started heat action plans. But in Gujarat only, there are 159 municipalities, 17 municipal corporations, and 142 small municipalities. So the problem is huge, and we are talking about small pieces working here and there. And the task is huge. Actually, municipalities and in Gujarat, the urbanization is up to the extent of 48%. So more, the next year's budget is also Gujarat government budget is urban budget, and urban, it is more focused on urban areas. And urban areas do have their own problems. And to make the administrators and the politicians convinced that heat is really a problem, we are able to run this heat action plan because we were very fortunate that Indian Institute of Public Health, Gandhinagar, was supporting us as technical partner, but everybody else is not that fortunate. So to implement on a nationwide scale, technical assistance is most important, and the data is also most important. The thing is that we do have very good birth and death registration system in our city. So after the what are the impacts of heat action plan? Now we can correlate with data as well. We do have 3 hottest years during last 15 years, 2010, 2016 and 2024. The mortality in the month of May, when the consecutive heat alert days were high, was about 40% higher than the average deaths in the 2010 year. While with the same number of heat alert days in 2024, I can proudly say the mortality was only 7% higher than the usual average monthly data. And when I show this data to administrators, politicians, I am able to convince them. Our own 2025 budget, municipal corporation budget, Ahmedabad municipal corporation budget amounts to around 15,000 CR, and we had named it climate budget for this year. And each and every department, earlier health department was the only department who was preparing their heat action plan. Now all the stakeholders, whether it is a state department, engineering department, school board department, ICDS department, the child development services, all the departments make their own heat action plans, and they do work in whatever way they do to mitigate the effects of extreme heat. So this kind of actions are required, and everybody needs to own. Not a single department can't work on their own. All the department must have their own roles. Even our publicity department, we do have our own publicity department to reach each and every corner of the society. But certain things which we want to have is every big city must have some consultant engineering department and other department do have consultants, but for heat related illnesses, we do need technical support for continuous guidance. And Madam has rightly said that it is not work of a period for 3 months or 4 months. A continuous work is required, data analysis. Even when I talk about myself, I am Registrar of Birth and Death and Marriage for City of Ahmedabad, which caters around 1 CR population. I am City Tuberculosis Officer, and this is an ad hoc charge of heat officer which I am holding. So we do need technical guidance, we do need consultants. The other thing is that there are no policies for the most vulnerable ones. We can say we are talking about construction site workers, we are talking about industrial laborers, but we don't have any policy. There is no document available. Those who are employing these workers, such as builders, industrialists, even if they want to adopt any policy, there is no document available. What they need to do, we just talk about keep ORS available, keep water available, don't allow them to work between 12 to 4, but there are no mandatory rules. So certain NDMA can help us in providing, it should be mandatory for each and every. The policy is that the municipalities or administrators needs to do this and follow this. If somebody is not following this, penalize them, do whatever you want to do. So at national level, we need some policy. We are there to implement such policies, but the guidelines can come from the national level. So each and every state at every corner of the society can implement.
Thank you. Clear guidance from the center, NDMA is what is needed. So we have a little over 20 minutes left and we have 7 panelists. So what I intend to do is to go around the table with a specific question or a comment that the panelists want to make. I'll start with the practitioners first, and then Ashley, I'll come to you and Aditya in the end to possibly sum it up for the benefit of all of us. So let me start with the Chief Secretary, Maharashtra. Ma'am, you've heard everyone here, and you also heard you talking about what are the 2-3 things that you would recommend to the audience here and the panelists, which is a takeaway as they design the next set of heat action plans for their implementation.
Thank you so much. I would like to say that it's important that as the the preceding speaker mentioned, there has to be continuous work on this. This is not something that you do for a couple of months and then you forget about it. This needs continuous work, and this can also be pegged to the kind of releases that come for funds from the central government. It could be pegged to a couple of deliverables that a state that has completed, say, on a scale of 1 to 10, the first 2 or 3 steps, then is incentivized by releasing extra funding, as it happened earlier in the National Health Mission. Because this is not just about climate and it's not just about management of heat, but it is also a public health issue. And I don't think the seriousness of actually looking at it from the public health lens has sort of percolated everywhere. The second thing I want to say is that, the technical agencies that work on this with the state government, they all report to the science and technology vertical. So they are not usually available to sort of partner any local initiative at the district level or even at the municipal level, and because of the the way the things are. So we need to break down these silos and ensure that the technical agencies who have all the data and who have the means to guide the local authorities as to what they should do, where they should spend the money, for what particular kind of a mitigation measure that can help, they must work together with us, and that doesn't often happen. It sometimes is based on the local people, they can cooperate, but not everyone does it across the board. And the last thing I would like to say is that it's very, very important that we have data points that can get us information of what's happening in a particular ward and prioritize our funding according to the requirement in those areas. It cannot be just spreading a little bit of money everywhere. So the STMs need to be strengthened more to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you're re-emphasizing the need for it. And I also see a few questions from the audience related to it. I will come to later. Let me turn to you, Sandra. And Sandra, you've been working on this for a while now. Has any global partnerships helped African government access technology, expertise, and resources to implement heat resilient solutions that you can talk about it?
Public partnership will necessarily be important, relevant, because of the scale of the issue. So you will need public intervention to set the policy directions, like we have seen in India here. You will need it also to provide clarity on the mandate, clarity on the responsibility. Somebody needs to be assigned the responsibility. You need to have clear KPIs to be able to monitor the necessary adequate indicators and provide a monitoring framework that you need to be able to follow the implementation of the measures. In addition to that, there is a strong role for the public sector to provide the necessary environment to enable innovations and private sector actors using blended finance to be able to develop solutions that are scalable and have to be scaled, but more important, that are affordable. Because as we discussed it, those that need it the most are really vulnerable, and the issue of affordability will be very critical. And the last issue will be around efficiency, because as we discuss, this dynamic between heat and cooling, you don't want to promote solutions that will create a vicious circle to aggravate the problem. Then issue around efficiency, issue around standards, to be able to make sure that the solutions that proposed are sustainable and contribute really to the solutions at scale will be very important. That's why you will see a vital role for public sector alongside with other actors, private sector, civil society, for an effective solution. And we can see this as part of sort cooperations to support countries in Africa, learning from what India has been doing.
Thank you. Before I go to the next panelist, I encourage the audience to please send us more questions that we could possibly take up, if not necessarily in the panel, but maybe later on. Let me turn to Dr. Srivastav. One of the things that the government of India has been doing is how can you scale up and propagate successful models? We heard from Ahmedabad, we also heard from Maharashtra Chief Secretary as well. What can the governments do to scale up the best practices that we see in cities and that becomes institutionalized at the central, at the state level? Dr. Srivastav.
So we in our have this program called now the National Program on Climate Change and Human Health. To start with, we worked with the different states to help them to develop their heat health plans. On date, all these states today have eventually completed their heat health plans. You could log in to NCTC website and have a look at those heat health plans. They're all on the website. The next question, of course, we realized the challenge that a question like heat would probably be required to go belong at the state level, maybe to a district level or a city level, as we saw Ahmedabad or other challenges in state districts of Maharashtra. So we today are working on the district level action plans of heat and health, and over 100 of districts are today in drafting stage of their heat health action plans. The reason why we're working with districts is because the way the health sector is designed, we have an administrative arrangement to work with the district level health officers, and it helps us for us to develop the district level heat health action plans. We realized that we would also eventually someday need to have a city level heat health action plan, but they are cities are mostly municipalities and municipal corporations, and they are independent local governments, and their health sector do not correspond to how we have an administrative arrangement with the states or the districts. So that would probably be a slightly difficult and challenging task for us, but we do realize, considering the heat island effects that we have in urban cities, that's one of the challenge. But irrespective of what the challenge is, the major concerns is all to have an intersectoral play, an arrangement in which there is a partnership with other sectors who have an important role to play. And in this context, in all our arrangements that we made, whether at the state level or at the district level, we have put in force a task force, one at the state level and one at the district level. The state task force is being chaired by the Principal Secretary of Health, and the district task force is chaired by district magistrates. This task force is essentially meant for health issues of heat and climate change purposes. This is where the health leads the agenda and puts into forefront the concerns it has in relation to how climate change or heat impacts the health. And then based on that agenda, there is coordination and contributory role of other sectors to it. So that's how it works to provide an intersectoral exchange of work to be done. And also, as I said, also for them to contribute in terms of resources that they may have in place so that there is a more effective action plan in place. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me turn to Mr. Gaya Prasad very quickly. We are under 10 minutes now. You talked about active and passive things that you have put in the rural housing. One of the most important things is how do you make the communities resilient? So is there any plans that the Ministry of Rural Development working in? I know we've heard about urban plans, but it's an equally compelling issue in the rural areas as well. So is there any thought that the ministry has on engaging with the community, making them resilient in the rural areas?
Sir, even because the many tasks for one way we are orienting the beneficiaries and also informing their rights and role in implementation of the scheme. The other way we are also, because there are 3-4 activities that we are taking, because we have very system in the ministry. When we are going to allocate the target to the state, then we also consider what are the actions to be taken by the states and districts while implementing the scheme. One way we are also we have a very good system of training rural youth, training rural missions actually to ensure the quality of the houses. One way we have a very good system. Suppose if anything happens under the scheme, we have using the technology in a big way to inform them, to orient them to this. At present we are conducting the survey to identify for eligible rural households to extend the benefit of the scheme in next 5 years. So we have our IT solutions, we have our mobile app system which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister, and now every household we are using, we have now empowered the household to use the app and register their name in using that app. So in this way we have very good system IC activity in the ministry, and then informing to the beneficiaries and households also to get the benefits. So this is the way that the one way this is a government system issuing advisory etc., and the other way we are also approaching to the orienting the beneficiaries, because this scheme is purely led by the beneficiary. Beneficiary is the face, beneficiary is the implementer, beneficiary is the getting the benefit. Our role is to ensure that they should get the funds timely at the time of the construction of the houses, and then ensure for completion of the house.
Thank you. Thank you. I think integration of IT, very clear guidance are important. Let me turn to you, Dr. Shah. Can you very quickly, maybe in a minute, talk about how did you get the community into this whole picture as you created the plans and implemented them?
Hello. Community involvement is very important. So there are various departments across government sectors. such as in municipal corporation area, we do have this Integrated Child Development Service Department, then UCD, Urban Community Development Department, Health Department, where the people are there who are working in slum and slum-like areas where the most vulnerable people lives. Even in municipal schools, in Ahmedabad city, 2.1 lakh children are studying in municipal school, and they do come from the most vulnerable ones. So sensitization of this, all these grassroots level workers such as Anganwadi workers, ASHA workers, and under UCD department, area level federations are there who do have very strong hold in the most vulnerable people's group. And the other thing is that trying to demonstrate the effects of the impact of such as school roofing solutions is there. In Ahmedabad, the global multicentric project is ongoing for cool roofing. There is no study actually right now the impact of cool roofing on health parameters of individuals. So a global study is ongoing, and we are going to demonstrate the effects of cool roofing on health parameters. The baseline indicator, and it is a very good study. Within a year or so, we will come up with
Dr. Shah,
the results.
sorry, I wanted you to be very specific on the community involvement, not on the
Yeah.
cool
So by demonstrating the results, the community will get involved. So in this way, we can involve.
Okay, thank you. Now, you've heard the practitioners, both at the center, state governments, municipal level, city level. Let me turn to Ashley and then to Aditya. What are your take on what you've just heard, and what could be your two key recommendations for the people sitting on the panel and in the room here?
I think, yeah, so this kind of goes to one of the questions is what role can the public play in implementing the heat action plan? So one thing I think is to recognize that a heat action plan is one tool in the toolbox of heat governance. This came up in the last panel. Governance includes policies and procedures as early warning systems and the structures in which all of it operates. And so to what I've just heard, you know, on the panel 2 and the panel earlier, it's also a recognition that when we think about sort of heat health, we're thinking about maybe well-being, which includes economic and social well-being and all the structures that support that. And so I think stepping back and kind of expanding our view on that is really important. And so when we say what specifically could the public do, you know, this question is, and you kind of asked that question just a moment ago, to give you some specific examples, I think, and I think would, you know, to help think about this differently is integrating actions into programs that already exist. So for example, there's a program in the U.S. called Meals on Wheels where people deliver meals to aged individuals. Helping those volunteers know to ask questions about, is your air conditioning working, or how are you feeling today? Pass on information. Today's a high heat warning day. Those kinds of things can be integrated at every level into heat governance. They can pass on information about, here's how you do foot or arm immersion to cool your core body temperature. These kinds of flyers can go out. You know, first responders in any case and any disaster and anything are your neighbors. I mean, that's who's with you first. So whenever anything happens, you look at the person beside you, because that's probably going to be the person that's going to help you whenever it gets really bad. So thinking about how we can support neighborhood groups, right? And ensuring that at the neighborhood and local level, at the village level, people know who it is that are needing assistance. You know, there's a volunteer fire department system in the U.S. They're wonderful at knowing, they know who can't afford to run their air conditioner, and it's wonderful, it's a wonderful network. But schools, to your point just a moment ago, are an excellent way. You know, children bring home information to their parents, and their parents listen to them. And so thinking about, you know, how you can integrate information from the school to the household, really important. There is a really low-tech solution in a community that I worked in, and everybody thinks about all these digital solutions and all these things, early warning with messaging and all this. You know what they did? They stuck a flag at their school. That's what they did. So every morning when the forecast was going to be bad, they hit rain. So every parent who dropped off kids or anything could see that today was going to be a bad day. And you know, it worked. Parents started talking about it. People started referring to it. oh, it's going to be this today. So I think, you know, as we start to expand our thinking about who are the actors at the table and who are those that can actually help us effectively implement and carry out heat governance, I think we need to think of it is an everybody. It is an all of us together response. There isn't one sector that owns this, and in fact, it is the collective effort of us all that's going to be the most effective.
Thank you, Ashley. And while you respond, Aditya, there's also a specific question listed for you. Maybe you can also take it up.
Yeah, thank you. I'll start with the trying to summarize and respond in some policy recommendations. I think it's extremely important to focus on what Mr. Shah said about the legal mandate for the heat action plans. Right, so these are guidance documents at the moment. They don't have teeth legally. We heard earlier about cooling being a right. We talked about implementation of heat action plans, but within the current sort of bureaucratic system, it needs to have some heft, needs to have some weight. And how to do this, I think, will vary state by state. I think it's possible to do an omnibus legislation for all climate impacts at the state level. It's possible to do heat-specific legislation. It's possible to sub-legislate under disaster management. There's a variety of solutions. But for the local bureaucrat who's seriously short-staffed and max capacity, there has to be some reason this surfaces to the top. Otherwise, we end up in seasonal cycles where you lurch from one disaster to the next, like Ms. Sonic was saying. Coming to the specific problem of capacity, also, I mean, you were saying you're in charge of tuberculosis and heat, which is such an interesting example because tuberculosis is something we think we've dealt with and a problem from the last century, and here's a problem from the new century, but it's the same person dealing with both problems. So you really need to expand capacity, add more people, and if you give them training, you can solve a lot of those coordination problems because people who actually know what they're doing and care about what they're doing are likely to talk to and interact with and cooperate with other people who share the same values, right? And so that's how you solve that coordination problem. What you were saying about intersectoral task forces and so on, I think there's a base level of capacity that's required. And the third point is about the health system sort of having to absorb all of the impacts, right? It's one sector sort of taking wave after wave, not just from heat, but from multiple impacts, like Roxy was saying earlier. There is a question about what we do to deal with it. It has to be multi-sectoral, there's no doubt about it. It has to be long-term, there's no doubt about it. I think we also need to get ahead of the cooling problem and need to have policies that address cooling, which could take some of the pressure off long-term multi-sectoral action. But the cooling wave is coming. People are going to buy the air conditioners. The question is whether you get them to buy the right air conditioners. And government policy on that front is needed, right? Incentivizing the most energy efficient air conditioners at taxpayer money, channeled through the vulnerability assessment of a HAP. So that subsidy can only be accessed in specific areas. The hottest areas of a neighborhood is probably an efficient way of drawing down long-term demand for energy and making sure the most vulnerable don't die in the process. And I just want to end with one sort of very broad sort of comment about civil society partnerships. The places we went to, wherever there was a civil society partner, and this is about your point, Sandra, about global alliances and so on, they tended to be doing much, much better. Do you want me to address that, or should I?
I think, okay. Let me ask I think the time is really up. I think the panelists have answered several questions that were listed out in their own way, not necessarily very specifically. So before I start my 45-minute concluding remarks, I hope that's fine with everyone. Let me thank my wonderful panelists sitting here at Bharat Mandapam and also the Chief Secretary of Maharashtra for an excellent session here. I, for one, really learned a lot from hearing from each and every one of you. And Can I request all of you to please give a very liberal round of applause to this wonderful panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chair, for having me also on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again to all our distinguished panelists and our moderator for moderating it so well. Also, it was very insightful. Thank you, my audience, for those questions, and thank you to my panelists for answering those. Before we wrap up, I would request each one of you to kindly come a little forward for a photo op. Let's capture this moment together. Also, at the same time, it's time to recharge ourselves. We'll take a 15 minutes break so that we can rewind, we can refuel, and yes, of course, relax. But let me tell you that you just cannot afford to miss the next session by author Rajan Mehta, and of course the pre-dinner session with Diya Mirza and Archana Soreng. So I'm super excited to be a part of it. I'm sure everybody over here is equally excited. They're equally excited. So 15 minutes break. You can go outside the banquet, be here. You can do your part of networking because I guess people were running back to the banquet during the last tea break session. So utilize this time as much as possible. And in the next 15 minutes, I want to see all of you here back at your seats. Thank you. All right. Networking going absolutely right. She must have given 100 cards in the past 10 minutes, I believe. Thank you, everybody. Please settle down once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time, and it is my honor to invite to the stage Mr. S. Rajan Mehta, author, Backstage Climate. Mr. S. Rajan Mehta is a climate enthusiast who is currently incubating Climate Ventures partner to bring some clean tech solutions to India. Simultaneously, working on setting up Climate Action Labs as a platform for climate action. The spotlight is on him now. Put your hands together as I welcome and invite on stage Mr. S. Rajan Mehta. Everybody, give it up, come on. Very warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Just a small correction. My name is Rajan Mehta, not S. Rajan Mehta. Good evening, everyone, and I'd like to say a thanks to NRDC for inviting me here this evening. They asked me to talk on the science behind climate change, and I have around 10 to 15 minutes, so I'll try my best to do justice to it. I'm sure all of you are aware about climate change because nature has been ringing its alarm bells every so often by way of heat waves, droughts, excessive rainfall, floods, landslides, and the sea level rise. Now, all these are manifestations of climate change brought around by global warming. And just to take a glimpse of how climate change can impact our personal lives, let's take the case of the rising temperature. Because of the rising temperature, our glaciers are melting faster, and all this water is getting into the oceans, raising the sea levels. And if just two of the large glacial systems that we have in the world, which is Antarctica and Greenland, if these two were to melt, the global sea level will rise by around 210 feet. Imagine that. Most of our population globally lives in coastal areas. Most of our cities are on the coast. Imagine them 210 feet deep in water, what will happen? The land area will shrink, people will migrate, our habitable land will reduce. People will also migrate from areas that are becoming excessively hot and arid, therefore further reducing the inhabitable area that we have. And it's not only people who will migrate, animals will migrate as well, because they need a comfortable place to live as well, a conducive environment. Now, when this happens, the proximity between people and animals will increase, and there are certain diseases called the zoonotic diseases which transfer from animals to people. The incidence of these diseases will increase. Then there are a lot of animals, bugs, insects, birds, rodents, which so far haven't come in contact with humans. And as the proximity increases, the chances of these kind of animals, which are called reservoir hosts, will increase. And they carry pathogens, viruses, which we humans don't know as yet. What havoc they can do to our bodies, we don't know. What pandemics they can create, we don't know. So the bottom line is that human health will be a victim of climate change. Another system that will get impacted is our food system. Floods, droughts will definitely impact our crops. Our crops will also get impacted because of new microbes stepping in. The nutritional composition of food may change. And then food sellers, which store our food, will also come under threat because of floods and heat waves. So we need to watch out for food. Another system that will come under threat is our infrastructure. As floods happen, storms happen, our bridges, roads, buildings will come under threat. So overall, if you see, human welfare will be challenged. And the four most visible things are human habitation, human health, food, and also our infrastructure. Now, why is this happening? What is the cause of climate change? If you look at the climatic history of our planet, then there's nothing new about it. Our planet has been going through these cycles of being very hot and then very cold and back hot again. And this pendulum that kind of goes on is driven or influenced by two natural cycles. One is called the orbital cycle, and the other one is called the carbon cycle. The orbital cycle is influenced by the revolution of the Earth around the sun and also its rotation around its axis. And it has multiple levers, but I'll talk about two. One of them is called the Earth's eccentricity, which means that the trajectory that the Earth follows around the sun changes from being an absolute circle to becoming elliptical. And this change happens every 100,000 years. When the Earth is closer to the sun, it becomes warm. When the Earth is away from the sun, it cools down. The other lever is called the Earth's obliquity. And as you would all know, the Earth rotates around its axis, and this axis is tilted. And the tilt varies from a minimum of around, I think, 21.6 degrees to a maximum of 24.4 degrees. When the tilt is the minimum, summers are very short and winters long. And when the tilt is at the maximum, it's the vice versa. Now imagine a combination where the Earth is away from the sun and the tilt is the minimum, which means that the summers are short. So what happens is all the snow that falls in the winters does not melt in the summers. And over a period of time or over centuries, the snow or the ice keeps accumulating, dragging us into an ice age. Now the opposite is also true, which means that when the Earth is very close to the sun and the Earth's axis is at its maximum, then the summers are very long and the heat is the maximum. So all the ice which has accumulated during the ice age starts melting, not immediately, but over a period of time, and drags us out of the ice age. So this pendulum kind of keeps going on, and which is responsible for a part of climate change. The other cycle is the carbon cycle. The amount of carbon in the Earth's system is fixed, and it keeps moving between the atmosphere, the biosphere, which is the flora and fauna, the geosphere, which is the Earth's crust, and then the hydrosphere, which is the ocean. The flora and fauna die, and when they die, they decompose, and when they decompose, some part gets into the ground and over centuries converts into fossil fuels, and some part decomposes and gets into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide, and there are, in addition to carbon dioxide, other greenhouse gases as well. Now, when the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is low, the Earth is cooled, and when this concentration increases, the greenhouse gases form a kind of a blanket around the Earth. And this blanket works almost similar to when we take a blanket in winter. When we take a blanket in winter, it doesn't bring heat from anywhere outside. What a blanket does is it makes sure that our body warmth does not escape the blanket and keeps it within the blanket and therefore keeps us warm. Similar phenomenon happens in the blanket that is around the Earth as well. And the way it functions is that the Earth receives most of its energy from the sun. And this energy comes by way of sunlight. Now let's say if we are receiving 100 units of energy from the sun, 30 units get reflected back into space right away from white surfaces, because white surfaces reflect light away. So surfaces like glaciers, clouds, white sand help us do that. Right? And it's only 70% of the energy which kind of reaches our Earth, and probably God uses it to do his daily affairs. But at the end of the day, every object must maintain its energy balance. Right? So at the end of the day, whatever is the excess energy in the Earth, that is radiated back into space by way of infrared rays or thermal energy. So you see the difference. When the Earth is receiving its energy, it comes by way of light. But when it's throwing that or putting that energy back into space, it goes by way of infrared rays or thermal energy. Now, when these infrared rays are kind of leaving the Earth, atmospheric gases like oxygen and nitrogen allow these infrared rays to pass transparently. But greenhouse gases, which is carbon dioxide, methane, nitric oxide, and many other trace gases, they start blocking these infrared rays. And they block them because of their atomic structure and also because their electrons, the frequency of their electrons matches with the frequency of the infrared rays. So kind of resonance sets in. It's a phenomenon very similar to, in high school physics, our teachers always told us that when a column of military people or group is walking over a bridge or marching over a bridge, they're always asked to break their step, because otherwise their steps start resonating with the frequency of the bridge and the bridge can collapse. Right? Same phenomenon or almost similar phenomenon is happening in the atmosphere as well. The electrons of these greenhouse gases start resonating, get excited, and instead of letting the energy or the heat pass out or into the space, they start reflecting it back. So that's the blanket that I was talking about, and that's how the energy is kept within. Now, the question that arises is that if climate change is a natural phenomenon, then why are we worried? Nature will take care of it. But this time it's different because we humans have entered into the race. And through our actions, especially ever since the Industrial Revolution, we've been putting so many greenhouse gases in the atmosphere that this blanket that I was talking about, which is composed of the greenhouse gases, has become very thick. and is containing all the energy within. And it's that energy which is causing global warming, and it's the distribution of that energy around the globe which is causing climate change. I think my time is over. Thank you. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer, time permitting. Sorry, is there time for questions?
Well, in case you have questions, you can please scan, which is the QR code, which is on your badge. The questions will be reflected on the preview monitor, sir.
Any other? All right, thanks very much, Dr. Sheikh. Can you repeat that, please?
Particulate matter.
Oh, yeah. So, particulate matter in the atmosphere is largely responsible for air pollution, right? And there are complex phenomena through which they do impact climate change as well. But one impact which is very visible is particulate matter. If it's dark and goes and settles on white surfaces, it reduces their reflectivity, and those surfaces start absorbing heat rather than reflecting it. So that could be one of the impacts.
I am Anita Gupta. I'm Head of Climate, Energy and Sustainable Technology from Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. So very nice way of explaining the science behind the, I completely echo. My question is like, India is at critical crossroads where we have to strike a fine balance between economic progress as well as environmental sustainability. So what messages for Government of India in terms of prioritizing actions for next, say, immediate goal 2030?
So I think, ma'am, what you said is very true. Many developing countries, it's easier said than done that take steps now for climate change. Just to give you an example, if you look at India's revenue or the government's revenue, even today, 18% of it is coming from fossil fuels by way of customs duty, cess, etc. Now, if the government was to give up fossil fuels, they will lose 18% of the revenue. Losing 18% of the revenue is not easy for a government. How will they meet their other expenses? So these are kind of challenges to be met. But since you asked me for a message, if you see over the next 50 years, 60 years, India will be probably one of the largest consumers in the world of any development material that is required, whether it's cement, it's steel, it's consumer products, machinery, anything, because we are a large country, we are a country aspiring for growth, and we are on that path, and we cannot give up that path. Right? So our challenge is, how do we turn towards a green economy, right? And the message is that really we should look at it as an economic opportunity and not as an economic burden, right? Because we should be actually doing the research and development here to develop new systems, to develop new technologies for clean energy, to develop new systems for decarbonization. And because we have such a large domestic base for consumption, we can build competency and then even take it out to the world. So I think that's where the focus needs to be, I would think. Does that answer your question? Great. Thanks very much. I'm sensitive about the time, but I'll be here for some time. If there are any questions, happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. That was indeed very interactive, insightful, and apologies for the name fail. Like, usually I'm better with names, but I think I need a refresh. Thank you for your understanding. Well, yes, as Sir mentioned, Sir is available offline off stage for you all. If you still have some questions, some queries, you can definitely connect with Sir. Mr. Rajan Mehta, thank you once again. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, for a final session of the day, we delve into a discussion on bridging community needs and government action in the face of rising temperatures. It's time that together we welcome our speakers for the same. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker, who is an award-winning actor, green entrepreneur, founder of One India Stories, UN Environment Goodwill Ambassador, and United Nations Secretary General's Advocate for Sustainable Development Goals. Put your hands together for Dia Mirza. Okay, everybody is looking at me, but I am also wondering where is she entering from. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and give it up for Dia Mirza. Such a pleasure to have her here for our forum this evening. Very, very warm welcome. Yes, please join us on stage. Please have your seat. The center one. Yes. The spotlight is on her now, definitely. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have another speaker for the session. Former member of United Nations Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change 2020 to 2023. She is from the Khadia tribe in Orissa, India, working at the intersection of indigenous peoples, youth leadership, climate philanthropy, and biodiversity conservation. Put your hands together for Miss Archana Soreng. Very, very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And I love the fact that since the beginning, when I started the day, she's constant with that broad smile on her face, which the rest of my audience, they are not. I was about to ask people, hello everybody, but I am sure that nobody is going to revert to me saying hi. Hello? Oh, my luck. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Next, our moderator for this session, Sarah Jacob, who is an independent journalist, France 24. Ladies and gentlemen, she has covered health, environment, and gender issues for years at NDTV. What a lovely moderator we have. Finally, for the final session, we have women power in the house. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's a reminder for my audience that in case you have any questions for the panelists, don't forget to scan the QR code, which is on your badges. Over to you, Ms. Sarah.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. What a fabulous afternoon it's been. So many fantastic sessions, but is Delhi feeling warmer for all of you? This is a question for all of you who've traveled from other parts of the country. I've met a few earlier today. I shouldn't have worn this jacket. I feel that it's just getting warmer. Are some of us already sleeping with the air conditioners on at night? Okay, you can speak louder. You won't be judged. Maybe by Dia, because she's a Mumbaiker. Also, any Alfonso mango lovers in this crowd? Well, I have some bad news for you. The Alfonso mango season, yes, has been delayed. This was in the papers today. It's a 35% drop. And according to the papers, as Mr. Rajan Mehta just talked about, today's papers say that the Hindu Kush glaciers are melting at an accelerated pace. And that means this is going to be critical for South Asian countries that depend on glaciers for their irrigation, hydropower, and drinking water, which includes us, that's India, of course. So clearly, everyone, the heat is on people. And the question now is how can we, amidst this rising heat, build climate resilience for all? How do we find community-led and nature-based solutions to the extreme heat that we are all living in. And we have Ashna Sarang already been introduced. Dia Mirza already needs no introduction, UN Environment Goodwill Ambassador who wears very many hats. But I want to start with talking about climate justice. We've been talking about climate change all day, but climate justice may be a new term for some of us in the audience. So if we could just start off with the both of you, we could kick off this session by talking about what is climate justice and what does it mean to you?
Hello. Johar everyone. It's an honor to be here and thank you for having me here. Climate justice for me is something which I see that now, as all of you have been discussing today itself as well, is that indigenous peoples, Adivasi communities, local communities are the lead contributors towards climate action. It is only now and even in the IPCC report recently in 2018 that we have seen this narrative has being strongly recognized. But if we see it from an historical perspective, the same our way of living, the traditional knowledge and practices, the community-led forest protection practices were looked down upon and we were termed as savage and backward. And that is why I feel for me and for us, climate justice is about undoing and rewriting the narratives of how indigenous peoples and local communities are leading climate action and how they need to be an integral part of the decision-making processes, which is how I also frame that indigenous people and local communities should not be victims of climate policies, but be leaders of climate action. And while saying that, I would also like to add climate justice for me is also recognizing the land tenure of indigenous people and local communities, because 80% of the world's biodiversity is protected by indigenous people, even when they constitute merely less than 5% of the world's population. And it again brings back to this entire narrative of if their land is not recognized, they are in the verge of eviction, displacement, forced migration, which is also we are being talking about how communities when migrated to cities are again further vulnerable to global heat. So I would like to summarize this entire sharing of means climate justice for me is recognizing the role, leadership and worldview of indigenous people and ensuring that they are at the center of decision-making processes. Thank you.
Yeah. Climate justice should be part of everyone's vocabulary.
Most certainly, but I think it's important for people to understand what climate justice is. And so much of what Archana said is true, but it's also recognizing the fact that climate justice is social justice. And, you know, when we think about children's rights or women's rights, at the center of that is climate justice. And I think the very glaring evidence that a vast majority of the world's population that has had absolutely nothing to do with creating this triple planetary crisis is unfortunately confronted by the harsh reality of the crisis unfolding, and they are hit the hardest. And I mean, they're described as the most vulnerable communities or the people living on the front lines of the crisis. But this is people living amongst us in our cities, in our towns, in our villages. And India is one of the most harshly hit countries and will continue to be hit very hard. So I think it's important to recognize that when we speak of climate justice, we're speaking about every individual and every being that is being hit hard by the crisis, and how, you know, protecting those rights is so integral to social justice.
If I can play devil's advocate, I'd like to ask you both. You talked about recognizing the problem here. So we are no longer living in an age, perhaps apart from a certain US president, where we are skeptics of climate change.
And many of us.
We accept that this is real. So we have policies in place to tackle climate change. So what are we doing wrong? What is still required? Where are we lagging? What do we need in our response to this, in our reactions to this?
I read a very interesting statistic a few days ago. 90% of India's population makes enough money to just about pay for their immediate needs, the basics of living. And less than 2 lakh people earn more than 2 crores a year. And I think that tells you a lot. It's a very revealing indication of the inequality that we're living with. And that inequality hits at a very different level when you are exposed to the elements in the way in which most people in our country are. So we're talking about farmers, we're talking about daily wage workers, we're talking about laborers, we're talking about people who sweep our streets, who are, working in factories and construction sites. It's very tough for them already, and it's only going to get worse.
So are we, with our responses, Archana, are we risking deepening inequalities instead of building resilience?
Yeah, I feel that, as I was saying, that if the policy doesn't have the necessary stakeholders on board, then we are actually going in a vicious circle. And even if our climate adaptation measures will be weakened if the climate mitigation measures are not taken properly.
And are not localized.
Yes.
Because I feel mitigation is only possible when there's a localized plan and solution in place. There's a lot of language that is used everywhere in the world right now, which gives you the sense that people think that one model will fit all. That's not going to be the case, because I think every region has its own challenges and will require very different and unique solutions. Of course, there are certain things that will work for everyone. Like, it will work to protect the rights of indigenous communities because it will ensure that more forests will be secure. But there are many other things which I'm sure Archana will add to.
Yeah, I'll just give a quick example of my experience is when I visited communities, one of the communities said that they were not happy with the plantation of fruit trees near their village, and this is very specific and context-based example. And when I asked them that what and why are they not happy with the plant-based, fruit-based plants, and they shared that if they grow this jackfruit trees or mango trees, then wild boars and animals will come and destroy their agriculture crops. And this also led me to a surprise and realization that they wanted sal trees to be planted instead of the fruit trees. So now plantation is seen and is proposed as climate mitigation, but here the major crack was not consultation and free prior informed consent of indigenous people or local communities, rural communities, and that is where the gap is.
The solutions are seen as top-heavy, trickling down, not taken with consultation with the local communities on the ground who would know best about what they require.
And not only that, I think there's a very big gap between policy and implementation. And I think one of the reasons why we fail at implementation is because of this as well. Because, I mean, yes, there may be some part of it that requires more will, but it will have to be a process of partnership. Let me give you an example. When we talk about urban greening, what is stopping us from involving every municipal school in the country to start growing a vegetable garden and fruit-bearing trees in their compounds? What is stopping us? The benefits are aplenty, right? It will improve the mental health of the children. It will help them to revere and worship and discover what it means to grow food. It will improve their interpersonal relationships. it will cool their school and their classrooms, and it has many more benefits. What is stopping us from doing this? I think where there are examples of mitigation and they've worked, I think we need to start partnering with each other and finding ways to implement the success stories, and of course find ways to implement them in a way which, like Archana said, are in consultation with the locals or the community, or even the people who are supposed to kind of benefit from it, because that's what makes all the difference. I'm going to share a story about Jawai in Rajasthan once you're done with your next question.
No, go ahead.
Or maybe it's connected to your question, I don't know.
No, I'm actually wanting to push you both a little bit further on this because I'm trained as an Indian television journalist and you know what they're like or we're like. Let me ask you this. So climate change is seen as a current problem, right? Or a man-made or exacerbated by man problem. It's a problem of the future, it's a problem of the present and the future. So then can we find solutions to this global, to this mega, multifaceted, futuristic problem in the past? Can you, if you talk about local, can the local actually provide, can you have indigenous technologies and traditional wisdoms providing a solution for such a gigantic problem?
I think yes, because I think there are two things which needs to be understood. Scale, absolutely, but at the same time also there are existing practices and solution which is being practiced over the period of time, and also now revisiting and adapting to the current changes. It's extremely important for us as a collective to be having a safe space of building solidarity and identifying what are those solutions, whether it is youth-led solutions or whether it is indigenous or community-led solution. Having said that, I feel that climate finance and philanthropy both needs to go a little more beyond, because as per the study we did, out of the 3% of the climate philanthropy, only 0.76% goes to young people, and that too if we see in a broader scheme, it goes to mostly towards global north and barely to global south. So we need to have more funding supported to youth-led initiatives, and at the same time, if I talk about indigenous perspective, only 1% of the climate finance goes to them. So it's there. And then the scale bit is like, it's very the ongoing debate of large scale and small scale. I truly believe that if we talk about only large scale, the question here comes, who is able to access that and who is practicing the solution on ground? And that is why I feel like a small scale solution in a very systematic approach where it is winding and weaving in a large scale approach can make a difference, because we need to see in a long term basis in terms of accessibility also.
Wow.
Jawai, you want to tell us about Jawai?
Yeah, my response to these questions always comes from a place of being first a mother and then everything else, right? And it's really hard being a climate activist right now. But just feeding off what Archana said, I think that the crisis is enormous. You're absolutely right. And can we fix it? The science says we can. The science says we still have a window to contain the temperature rise. But it's a very small sliver of space. And if we don't really mobilize and accelerate actions, we are going to miss that tiny spot of light, right? And that's terrifying, because that means that, our children, my children are going to grow up in extremely harsh environments and circumstances, and there's going to be all kinds of issues: disease, food scarcity, unbearable weather conditions to, play sport in or live and work in. And it's going to have all kinds of compounding effects. And we come from a place of privilege, We think we may be able to escape it, but the fact is that nobody is escaping this. No one. And I think the recent fires in LA and all else that's happening over the world, in Europe, the flash floods, all of those are very harsh and cruel indicators and reminders that every single person who thought they could postpone action has to seriously wake up and recognize the fact that action cannot be postponed any longer, because only we will suffer if we do. Now, my biggest concern is that there is a very small number of people that control the world's economy, that controls the way the world is doing business, the way we are producing, the way we are manufacturing, the way we are advertising, so the way we are promoting consumption. And why is it so hard for us, civil society, governments, large organizations, to get through to this very small number of people? Yes, it's a small number of people that controls 90% of the world's money. And that is the level of power, and maybe that is the level of, inequality we're looking at. So, okay, so there are few people who've colonized our planet, and the rest of us are left scrambling to fix the problem. So I think multiple things need to happen. One, as a mother, I have to keep reinforcing and reminding my children that they're a part of nature, and encourage them to spend time in nature. And I think then nature does her work, it just builds the relationship that is required, because it has to be a really broken, dysfunctional relationship with nature that has led us down this path. And simultaneously, what are the immediate solutions? What can I do in my neighborhood? What can I do in my backyard? What can I do within my home? What can I do within my community? Can I segregate waste? Can I plant more trees? Can I gift, replace material gifts with experiences that support local communities, that kind of encourage ecotourism? Can I work with the local municipal corporation to help them implement the policies that they've been struggling to get off the ground? Can I work with the municipal schools to grow vegetable gardens? What are the things that I can do as an individual today, now? That's one way of tackling the issue and not feeling altogether helpless and overwhelmed. And then simultaneously, I think it also matters most to support these incredible young people who are innovating, who are finding solutions, who are coming up with the most incredible ideas to solve very big problems. They need support, financial support, they need emotional support, and they need our encouragement. So that's something I think we can even do again as individuals, which I feel great pride in doing. And then it is also about engaging with policymakers or questioning policymakers in government and helping them recognize the urgency with which they need to start addressing these issues. And then, of course, hopefully one day we'll get through those 9, 10
1%.
people. Yeah, that 1%. 10 people actually. I'm not exaggerating. I'm sure some people are nodding in the room because they know who these 10 people are.
Supporting young people, I'll get to that, but I think the natural segue, this is a natural segue to my next question, because Archana, you talked about safe spaces, the issue of funding. Leah, you spoke about being a mother and how this is such a difficult time to be an activist or someone who speaks for our nature and our futures. So we're sitting on a ticking time bomb, and now add to this conundrum, we have a president like Donald Trump who doesn't believe that climate change is a thing. He's already reversed course on many climate policies. He's trying to remove the term climate change from government documents. He's trying to freeze climate funding. The US has already pulled out of the Paris Agreement. In the midst of all of this, in this context, do you feel a sense of despair?
I feel a sense of horror. It's a horror show. The world
And
is
in
a
terms
horror
of you,
show right
both
now.
of you have spent your entire lives actually speaking about this, both at an individual level first in your own personal lives, and then on larger scales in your professional lives. In that context,
No,
does
it
make you
is a
feel
horror
like we're
show.
losing all the work that you've
No.
slipping away in a
No,
sense?
because I think that communication has never been more powerful than it is right now. And I feel that a lot of people who know better are mobilizing, are working together, are partnering with each other, and really kind of creating very, very strong support systems. And, you know, are working with people in government who want to make a difference. Because there's many times when people in government want to do good, they want to do what's right, but the politicians of the time don't allow them. And that's where people support matters. That's when it truly makes a difference, when we rise and we question or we demand answers and we give support to those people working in government, those policymakers who are, you know, trying to get the work implemented on the ground. So I think we're surrounded by glimmers of hope, but what truly offers me extraordinary strength is the young people across the world and the organizations that are working with each other now. Because I think as an SDGs advocate, one of the things that I get exposure to a lot is, you know, the partnerships that are being formed across the world and in India. I mean, like what we're doing today, right now, this is a result of partnerships. And I'm pretty certain that the engagement that has happened here through the day will create some very interesting opportunities for people to make impact.
So what advice would you give to young community leaders, young activists today who may, you know, not be able to hear what you've just said, but may be feeling a sense of despair?
What do you feel, Archana? You've heard me speak. I've always reached out to you.
I think it's so powerful to be sharing stage with Dia, because sometimes, you know, even if people are not sitting together, but knowing someone is there for you and there for the community means so much. And Dia has been one of those person, like, we know she is such supportive with young people in her own different unique ways. So that distant love, which we know is so strong, is something which binds us all together, and that is something which I would also like to say and draw from the principles we have proposed as indigenous people and local communities of Asia in our report. Is it's very difficult. It's like it has huge impact on the mental health of young people, those who are in this space. In addition to how climate crisis is impacting, how global heat is impacting, and what just holds us together and is just hope is deep sense of love, kindness, and solidarity. This is something which I truly believe, try to practice even on difficult days, but that is what is keeps us going. And I would just like to quickly...
We find each other. I think that's what keeps us sane and
Yes.
keeps us going.
And
but climate anxiety is real.
Yes, and it's a growing issue, especially with the young.
And it's not talked about enough even in schools.
No, it isn't.
But Archana, you touched upon the issue of funding. How is it that, like you said, because many movements, climate movements the world over, are led by the youth, because they're the ones who have the most at stake and they're the ones who are going to spend the most time on this planet, while the policies aren't being made by
And they
them.
have the least representation at the decision-making tables.
So talk about, explain to us this problem, articulate for us why it's important, that, and how do we change the systems to make sure that funding reaches the youth?
I will just share one of my experience. So we have recently curated Youth Climate Justice Fund. One of our intention of curating Youth Climate Justice Fund is that youth was not treated as one of the theme also to give funding, and or you know, as part of the climate finance or climate philanthropy. And one of the key thing which we see or we have witnessed is that institutional mechanism to access, like, are we enough to write the grant application? Can we have that amount of grant? Are we able to access it? Can we do the auditing and budgeting? all of these very granular things. And I think it's extremely important that from our end as young people also we learn, which we are learning, but I think from the other end it is important to make processes youth oriented and taking youth on the process, which also a lot of my friends say that if we are in this climate philanthropic spaces, it is important to broaden the slice of the cake and not try to share the cake with everybody, because we know there's a bigger cake there and we all need access to. So I feel we need direct access to funding ecosystem. We need capacity building and support where we all can learn, like you all, the funding ecosystem can learn from us, like how to make youth friendly processes. We will learn from you on your challenges, how we can equip ourselves better. And that is something which I feel is extremely important in terms of how can we access. But I also feel that it's really important to have small grants also to be accessible to young people, because there's this brief example I would like to say, and this was, I was asking people funding for people participating in the COP, and that is when they said that how can we know that this person is credible to support them to go to COP, because they do not have online presence. And I was like, because I'm recommended, and that time I was as part of the youth advisory group of Secretary General. And these issues of we need people be on website or have their online presence, which is also at times not safe in the current scenario across the spaces we see.
Well, the realities on the ground, most of us would never have fathomed this. But in terms of the larger picture of funding overall, right, I'm actually going to open this up for questions from the audience, because I'm sure a lot of you will have some. So you know how it works. You can ask your question, you can scan the QR code on your badge, you can start sending them in, and then we'll try and open this up. But talking about funding overall, right, you've been at many UN climate summits. That funding seems like it could be freezing or at least narrowing down. Bill Gates, for example, I think has just resigned himself to not doing anything for the next 4 years. Donald Trump is draining out all of the wokeness out of America. So I don't think we're going to be able to depend on billionaires now to come and solve any of these issues with their funding. So what happens in that context?
Then we have to wisen up and start building and creating and working differently. Because when we talk about heat wave mitigation or climate mitigation, and yes, it does require finance, but I think there are large sections of our society in India that are willing to address the issues and willing to kind of adapt and bring the changes that are necessary. For instance, you know, this coalition of the UN, UNEP worked on something very specific in India, which is the COOL coalition. Okay, it's one designated coordinating mechanism for delivering the UN SDG's call for action, which is heat wave mitigation. And UNEP's COOL coalition is a leading global action on sustainable cooling, with a goal of cutting cooling related emissions by 68% by 2050, right? And they're pushing for a triple strategy. Now the point is that this is an example for the world. One country can initiate it. People will come together. It will happen. We've created the World Solar Alliance. There's many things that we are willing to kind of initiate and work on. And I think with more awareness generation amongst those who are kind of leading industries and enterprises and are kind of mobilizing our economy and are really kind of deciding what direction we are moving in, with their awareness and their action, I believe that we can see a lot more change. Let me take the example of, say, the real estate business, right? Most citizens kind of look at the real estate industry and say, these guys are the worst, they're the rogues, right? They're the ones who are bribing everyone, they're the ones who are like, you know,
permits, all of that.
They're flouting all kinds of, you know, permits, they're doing all kinds of wrong things. But we're beginning to see examples of truly powerful builders making better choices. And they're taking pride in doing that and leading the way. So I'm just saying that maybe we don't have to, depend entirely on some other part of the world to send us money to help us work on our own conscience.
This could perhaps be that moment we need to shift the perspective. As Rajan Mehta says, this could be an opportunity for countries like India. We've talked about how the system so far
You can say we're the youngest population in the world. We are going to be hit the hardest. We have to solve the problems locally, efficiently, and most likely by ourselves, and set an example for the rest of the world to follow.
Okay, we have
because we also have so much knowledge, which is not just indigenous, but is historical. We've known better. We've always known better.
We must talk about the issue of women, and somebody's raised that, saying women in climate-hit areas face caregiving burdens, household duties, gender-based violence. How can policies and resilience efforts address these intersecting challenges and amplify women's voices?
The other day I told somebody that heat waves and climate change impact women the most. And this person looked at me and said, why is it always about the women? Yeah, most people think like that. So I said, think about this. There are parts of our country where women spend 180 days of the year collecting water. They are the primary caregivers of the family. They're the ones who are working in the fields. They're the ones who are cooking their meals at home. And they are the ones who are collecting the water. So, I'm sorry, but more and more of us have to start to recognize that climate-hit areas affect and impact women and children the most. Children drop out of schools, they don't have access to clean air or fresh drinking water. The heat causes all kinds of other illnesses and impediments. And this is not just about rural India. These are realities within urban India as well.
Do we know of, have we thought of policies that address these challenges and policies that can amplify women's voices?
I'm not aware of them. Are you aware of any of them, Archana?
I think
specifically address women in climate?
It's not specifically in terms of climate, but I would like to see its interlinkages. I think one of the key thing is, like, if we talk about global heat and cooling and summer and women, is like for indigenous communities and local communities, summertime is a major source of livelihood because it's the time of forest-based livelihood. And that is the seasonal time when you collect mahua, tendu and all of these, and which serves as a source of income to send the children to the school and to also send all of these. There is minimum support price for that, like in which the communities can sell. But often the major challenge is storage of those forest-based livelihood. So I also feel that now, given the heat and impacts of climate-induced is having in terms of the storage issues, I feel when we are also having minimum support price for forest-based livelihood, how do we ensure also that the storage support is also given, and how there is also like compensation when there is loss of these livelihood happens because of unseasonal rain. So I am seeing it from a lens of how those situations can be integrated in the existing policies and taken into consideration.
If climate has become a part of child's rights issues only in the last 5 years. I've started seeing reports emerging now. And I remember 15 years ago asking some child's rights organizations, why aren't you incorporating climate and environmental justice as a part of child's rights? I don't think, so I think where we've really lagged behind is collaboration. We are not, even within like governments. I remember we had this one meeting at the UNEP office, and it was the first time that the various agencies connected to the environment were meeting for the first time.
So there's a question that's close to this. How can we create transparent, inclusive platforms that foster trust between the government and the public while reducing hostility? You've all worked, you've had to, you've tried not to, I'm sure, work with government agencies, work with global agencies. In your opinion, how does one lead to a situation, how can one create a situation that fosters trust? Because we're all in this together.
Yeah.
One would think that it would be normal that we have to trust each
I
other.
think it depends on the issue, and it depends on what state
And what's at stake?
and what's at stake.
Fossil fuels.
I try and engage with everyone with humility and love and empathy. And I've realized that sometimes it's important to just appease an ego. And really, egos ride very high. It's remarkable how high some egos can ride. So sometimes it's just about that. Being able to get through to somebody in government sometimes just means saying so 25 times.
As I was referring to the earlier principles of engaging with young people, which we curated as part of the Asia Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities, one of the key thing is in the principle is like youth organizing is intergenerational. And I truly believe at like how this panel is as well, that it's important to have that willingness to learn from each other, which I feel is difficult at times to see in people not wanting to learn, but also not understanding that young people have something to offer. The other thing which I truly believe, and I truly believe, is leaders create more leaders. We have to have that mindset and openness of like how we can create a second line generation of leaders and create more spaces where we have more leaders. And I have also learned from my experience is that young people learn by leading, and allies support by trusting young people. And that is something which I truly believe is like we want you to trust us. And youth safety is a shared duty, and I think how can we have an inclusive space is like if everyone thinks how can we make a safe space. And this is something which I really hold close to my heart, because one of the things which I really felt when I was part of the youth advisory group is extremely safe, because Secretary General himself creates space of being able to listen anything from us, no matter how difficult we say or how difficultly we question him. To have that ability to absorb what young people are saying is something which I feel is truly important. And at the end, I would say that solidarity is sacred and everyone is important, and how we can come together to build that sacred and strong solidarity.
We're down to 6 minutes, so we're going to pass the mics around with this gentleman first. Perhaps we can take 3 questions at a time, because we don't have, yeah, go ahead, sir. You don't.
Yes, you made a point that billionaires are not doing well, but Vantara project has been created, and the Prime Minister was also promoting that. So what are your views on that? Because is it a good example or a bad example? Because and they are also promoting nature-based solutions, which can basically mean replacing your nature. I mean nature as such, with artificial things. So is it something positive, or so? What's your opinion on that? Thanks.
Yeah. We're talking about the climate justice, talking about various vulnerable group, women, children, and indigenous people. I'm just wondering, all the human beings in this earth, life constitute about 0.01%. So, who will voice the climate change impacts on the rest of the life in the earth?
We have people, you're talking about other species.
Yeah, I mean, the human constitute only 0.01%. So, and there are vulnerable group among the, children, old people, indigenous people. But somebody need to voice on the 99.99%. And they are also getting impact on climate change, negative impact.
Of course.
So, if that, their voice is being hurt.
Well, if they had votes, then everything would change, no?
Yeah, I mean, that's a, if we, why.
You've answered your question, sir.
Go ahead, ma'am. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, there's Yuva. For one example is Yuva. There are many other organizations, many other platforms now. There are at regional, central, all levels where this is happening. It's wonderful to see. And there's incredible work happening. Young people are doing extraordinary work. Any more questions?
There's a young lady at the back. You just pass the microphone.
Thank you. So, ma'am gave some amazing insights about involvement of women in climate change. So, since we were talking about rising heat, so what are your inputs or insights about how women are impacted by heat? Plus, if there are any infrastructure based or any other solutions that we generate for mitigating these heat, how is there still gender discrimination that is associated with it, and how are women, how does the accessibility of women to those kinds of solutions, is it anyway hampered, or what is their status in it? Because it might vary in urban and rural scenarios, or poor or rich scenarios, or the gender disparities. So what's your take on it?
Those are many questions. Archana, you want to answer any?
I think one of the key thing which I feel, we are short on time, so I'll not go and explain like what are the women-led practices. A brief is like Thinga Pali. Thinga means stick, Pali means turn. So there are community-led practices where women have taken leadership in protecting the forest. But they have been doing it even at the cost of displacement or migration. So how we can recognize their those practices, and in terms of also securing the tenure. At the same time, I also feel like when we talk about forest fires, women are in the front lines of making sure that those forest fires are monitored. And this is the practices, good practices, which they are doing in different states and regions. When it comes to the impact, again, it is a very ironical thing. It's like women are doing so much, but they are the ones who are being affected. So I think it's also not only in terms of what solution needs to come in, it's important to acknowledge the dynamics of this irony of how women leadership needs to be prioritized in the policy making spaces. Can we have more women leadership? Can we have, if we talk about Panchayati Raj institutions, Gram Sabhas, can we engage with women on those level? So this is something which I would like to say. And briefly in terms of the youth, there are so many groups, but I would like to do a little shout out to my youth groups is Heat Wave Action Coalition, which has been doing amazing work, and they were the one with, when it was not a thing, they had started engaging and organizing young people. So there are a lot of young people who are doing thematic work in terms of climate, but also like in general taking climate justice narrative. Thank you.
Thank you. Dinner was supposed to start at 7:30. We're down to a minute, so unfortunately we have to wrap. But if I could end by asking Dia, and I think I'm going to steal this question for myself, slightly on a personal note. You're a mother, you mentioned that many times, and that kind of forms who you are and the decisions you make. Can you just, as parents, as grandparents here who may be listening, what do we need to do, or what do you do in your parenting? Anything that you can share with us that we can perhaps learn from, because being a parent in India today, somehow in affluent India today, means giving your child everything they want. There's a lot of consumption. Birthday parties are like mini shadis. What can we take away from leading by example for our kids?
Thanks for that question. I think we don't really usually connect overconsumptive, wasteful behaviors with heat. So it's a great thing that we're ending this one with that. So yes, as a parent, I think one of the most important things that I try and to be mindful about is ensuring that I'm raising children who don't associate happiness and joy with material gain, who have value for experiences, and that there is a very basic understanding that we don't waste and that we need to be grateful for the resources that we have. I always share this very simple practice that I started with my little boy when he was 6 months old or 7 months old, and he started eating solid food. After he was given his meal, I would say, "Thank you, Farmer. Thank you, Mama Earth. And thank you to the person who cooked his meal." And he does it on his own now. After every meal, he thanks the farmer, he thanks Mama Earth. And after every bath, he thanks water, and he thanks Mama Earth for the water. Each of you in this room has the wisdom to know why this is so essential. But I think the point is that we need more people to understand and make that connection and start raising children and grandchildren who have a deeper connection with the earth and recognize that all of life is entirely dependent on the health of the planet. And without a healthy living system, we don't stand a chance. We don't stand a future. And quite frankly, somebody wrote this line, it's very powerful, but the rich who are getting richer will hopefully very soon discover that they're not going to be able to eat money or breathe it. So it's about time we change ourselves and tap into our roots and go back to the ancient wisdom that has always guided us, whether it's, the tribes or people who are described as indigenous communities, but just people who've lived close to the land and lived with the earth, and who recognize that everything that we hope for and could possibly ever hope for comes from the earth. And so we must love her and protect her.
Thank you all. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to share that Javai example, but I think you've wrapped
But I want to
up
share
today's
one very
session
important
beautifully.
thing.
Please,
I
go ahead.
don't want to lose the opportunity to share some very important work that UNEP in India is doing on a cooling program. And because this is what it is, I think it's important everybody knows. India, as we know, is at the center of the extreme heat crisis. It's also the most at-risk country for heat-related impacts and will be the world's largest consumer of cooling by 2050. India is leading the way with the India Cooling Action Plan, ICAP. In fact, many of your answers, who's the young lady who asked the questions at the back? Look up ICAP, many of your questions will be answered there, right? The actions laid out in ICAP will enhance India's resilience to heat waves and improve thermal comfort for millions while ensuring affordability. Because I think what is at the center of mitigation and the scale at which we need to work on it is also making cooling accessible to everyone, and to ensure that cooling is not just accessible, but the cooling is sustainable and inclusive.
Thank you so much. A lot of food for thought today. On that note, let's head out for dinner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to both our distinguished speaker and our moderator for the same. I would request all three of you, if you could just step forward for a group photo op. All three of you, please. Well, definitely looking forward to know what ICAP is. A little upset about the Alfonso news. A heartful thank you to all our speakers and participants for making today so enriching. Well, we're going to continue the discussion tomorrow at the Imperial Hotel, sharp from 9 a.m. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for being a part of the forum, day one. It's time that we commence for dinner. So, I'm going to see you all tomorrow. And before we wrap up, can we have a round of applause for our speakers, our moderator, and for yourselves? Everybody. Thank you. This is MC Anisha signing off for the day.